lie, niggas lie, bitches 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 lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas texting shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas texting shit. Smoking on Chicago runs mixed with Obama, that's the presidential shit. Top of bag a nigga really want, most wouldn't know what to do with it. Really had to get it out the mud. Really had to get it out the dirt. Wasn't no love or no handouts. Nigga really had to go and put in work. Praying packs in the mail, making home. Shout out niggas with the piece of carry on. Nigga out here doing all that capping, but you color show when that pressure's on. Hustle hard with the best of them. He a roach, nigga step on him. Dallas Tech, what I rep on him. Hadn't did it for me, gotta flex on him. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my god, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I guess that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and baby he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Tell me when I get time, I might come through with a thing. I gotta keep moving. My girl, keep waiting. I don't wanna be foolish. I got good things going on, and I ain't trying to lose it. I can't stay.
Shout out to everybody on here across the states. Shout out to everybody across the pond. Now we back with another one, and you rocking with your guy, RFD, aka Ray from Dallas. And I want to say salute. First, I want to shout out to all the beautiful people, not just in the chat, but all the beautiful people from here where I'm at in Dallas, Texas, to across the states, to across the pond. I want to let y'all know I love y'all dearly. I appreciate all the support y'all been rocking with me over these last 3 months. It's been sensational. Do you understand me? And I want to let y'all know I definitely appreciate it. Before we get started, I got to turn up for y'all. Yeah, man. And another thing, right? I want to shout out to all my beautiful mods, right? When I tell you I got the greatest mods on this planet, man, when I say that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, when I tell you my mods are simply the best, Hold up, hold up. Better than all the rest. Hey, yo, Jimmy, turn up for my mom.
Ray from Dallas, tell me truth, are you a myth or a man I knew? No, 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 no. I have been singing this song for 2 fucking days. I don't like AI songs. Why am I singing this one? Let's take this walk. Is he real? Is he real? Is he na, 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 na. Ray from Dallas, tell me truth, are you the myth or the man I knew? Oh my God, I love it. It's so good. It's so good. I fucking love it. Oh my God, this is amazing. Let's take this walk.
And man, last but not least, I got to shout out, to the one and only. She's your queen to be. Hold up. Your queen to be forever. Hold up. She is your one and only desire. Hold up. Shout out to Miss. Y'all know she in charge. And that's Dumpster Juice. And y'all know how I'm coming for Dumpster Juice when I tell y'all she is the best of all time. Hold up. She is the greatest of all time. Y'all know how I feel about Dumpster Juice. And y'all know before we start that show, because we have someone sensational. Don't get that twisted. We have to turn up for Dumpster Juice.
Lie, niggas lie, bitches 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 lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas shit. Smoking on Shikari Bronx mixed with Obama, that's the presidential shit. Top of bag a nigga really want, most wouldn't know what to do with it. Really had to get it out the mud. Really had to get it out the dirt. Wasn't no love, and no handouts. Nigga really had to go and put in work. Praying packs in the mail, making home. Shout out niggas with the P's and carry on. Nigga out here doing alley capping, but you color show when that pressure's on. Hustle hard with the best of them. He a roach, nigga step on him. Dallas Tech, what I rep on him. Hadn't did it for me, got a flex on him. Niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie.
Shout out to Dumpster Juice, Miss She in charge. And y'all know I love her to death with everything in me. Everything in me, and Dumpster Juice is just truly the most awesome person and friend that you could have on this planet, right? And I mean that. Now real quick, man, I want to shout out to Laura A, right? And Laura A, my prayers are with you for what you went through, right? And with everything Miss Laura A just went through, man, she just blessed me, right? Oh, man, that just everything. What I seen you say in the chat. And I love you for that. So I got to turn up for Laura A. And y'all put up them hearts for her, please. Make them blood for Laura A. I love you, sweetheart. Laura, man, I love you so much. Like real talk, like what I seen you write in that chat, and for you to do what you just did, hold up, wait a minute. Man, I love you so much. Now, real quick, and listen, I gotta turn up for her one more time. All the ladies, I know y'all gonna love it. Man, I love you, Laura. Hey, and I love everybody on here. Don't get that twisted. Now, let's get to it. When I tell you, man, I got one of the most sensational, the most witty, one of the smartest people I've heard when it comes to this movement, breaking down situations. When I tell you, man, this guy right here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I mean that with everything in me. And when I tell y'all the last time I had this guy on my show, it's the best show I ever did in my life, right? On here. And it was all because of him. Now, before we bring him out, I want to let y'all know all the questions that y'all want to ask. Please flood them in the chats. And I'm going to try to get to every question I can. Because when I tell you, this guy who we have is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I need everybody from where I'm at, the 214 Dallas, Texas, to across the states, you understand me? To across the pond to give a big old hand clap for Mr. Grant Smith Ellis. Grant, what's popping, my guy?
Ray, I love the energy. It's better than Mean Gene on the mic when I get an intro from you. Great to see you.
Man, it's such a pleasure once again, Grant, to have you on my show now. When I say that was the best show I ever did on here, I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I really appreciate you, being how busy you are, you running your own show, putting in a lot of work, right? And to my admins, please drop Grant Smith Ellis YouTube link in the comments. We're going to pin that to the top. With all the work you do, man, I am sincerely humble and grateful that you graced my show today. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm grateful for you, Ray. I was glad to be able to talk to you during that last show, but just hearing Lindsay be able to come back again on your show, and I really thought your first interview with her was great, but to hear Lindsay Gattani come in and be able to talk for a few hours with us, I mean, that story, as you know, about what happened over the past few years is not a 20-minute segment, an hour segment, a 4-hour series. It's a long-form 6-hour conversation, and maybe you scratch the surface. And I was grateful to you for leading that discussion. Your questions were great. You're a very, you have a lot of humility, but you also understand what's going on, and that's wonderful.
Oh, absolutely. But like I stated, if it weren't for you and the beautiful Lindsay, I wouldn't have been able to make that happen. But I do appreciate your kindness, and I really do. But Grant, man, I mean, it's been buzzing. My chat here, right? They've been telling me, get him back, get him back, get him back. They say you was the best that I ever had on here when it comes to, doing what you do and breaking stuff down and, giving all the information that you have, right? So, Grant, I was, going on my articles and stuff, right? I seen a post from you, Mr. Grant Smith Ellis, right? And, it was about coming on the show, right? And we want to get caught up on Friday's new motion related to Robert Cosgrove recusal in Aiden Kearney's case, aka Turtle Boy. Can you give us your thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So I don't know if people have the motion. Olivia Lamb posted it on her Twitter, so I recommend people go ahead and check that out. The document's 22 pages. It's written by Mr. Betterow. And really, there's a couple big takeaways. So just some context here. What we're dealing with is the Aiden Kearney. It's like with Sema. There's someone named Sema who I cannot say her name, and I have to get it right. Aiden Kearney. We're dealing with these cases from 2023. There were multiple cases against Aiden open at one point, Turtle Boy, as you all know. The 2023 case involving Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel, Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, half the town of Canton, etc. And then there was the 2024 case involving Lindsay Gattani, and then there was the 2025 case involving a window outside of a pizza shop. That's a very basic explanation. Now, all three of these cases have been indicted in Norfolk County, which means they're in the Superior Court. Now, they were proceeding on a joint docket simultaneously, basically, all of them, until recently when the 2024 case involving Lindsay was dropped. Now, it was dropped via something called a nulli prosecutori in the Latin. It was dropped at the discretion of the DA. The excuse offered was related to Lindsay suing Robert Cosgrove and Brian Tully, but the real reason it was dropped, in my opinion, is because Kate Peter deleted Google Drive links that Brian Tully used to get a grand jury indictment on the 2024 cases related to Lindsay. So to protect Kate Peter and Brian Tully, and to try to insulate the 2023 cases from having Kate Peter called as a witness by Aiden's defense, the Norfolk DA just null-prossed the 2024 cases. Well, now we're dealing with this motion where Aiden and Mark Betterow and Tim Bradle, his lawyers, want Robert Cosgrove to be removed from the 2023 cases as well. Now, why do they want that? Because they say Robert Cosgrove is deeply conflicted because Cosgrove, notwithstanding Lindsay suing him, has a personal interest in undermining Lindsay's credibility to protect Jen McCabe and Kate Peters' credibility if they have to take the stand. And so we're dealing with this back and forth. Aiden submitted a motion to have Cosgrove recused. Cosgrove missed the deadline to respond and responded. Now Aiden has what's called a surreply, which is not really normal in the criminal context. It's mostly in civil cases. And that was what was filed Friday night. And there is new information in this document, specifically starting on page 3, about text messages between Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan in January of 2025. No one knows where they came from or how Aiden got them because it's probably under protective order. And then there's further revelations about Yuri Buchanan posting on Facebook and potentially subjecting the donors to the Canton House Defendants fundraiser on social media to Rule 14 discovery in Aiden's cases, because Yuri was telling people to donate on his personal Facebook to that fundraiser. And then there's another series of revelations or arguments about Robert Cosgrove's sort of behavior towards Brian Tully after Tully leaked Lindsay's phone extraction. So 3 big things to talk about, but there you go, 22 pages in 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. So with these text messages from Proctor and Bukaki, the name got made famous.
It did.
How instrumental is that with that being brought up to this case and possibly is surfacing to the public? Maybe, because I know it's under seal, maybe possibly surfacing to the public.
Sure. So I'll just do the paragraph. It's page 3, second full paragraph. The full breadth of the Norfolk DA's Mass State Police Unit and their bias against Mr. Carney has been bolstered by the Commonwealth's latest disclosure and recent social media post by Sergeant Buchanan. On January 28, 2025, in response to Mr. Proctor, again, smearing Mr. Carney as a redacted, Sergeant Buchanan assured him that Mr. Carney, who he disparaged as redacted, would redacted. Sergeant Buchanan giddily told Mr. Proctor that the redacted awaiting Mr. Carney and other named people would be redacted. Mr. Proctor hoped his colleague was correct. So that sentence alone implies 2 things. One, Michael Proctor was already suspended from the state police pending removal at that point. Yuri was still an active member of the state police. And Brian Tully was potentially still working around the orbit of Aiden and Karen Reed's cases at that point in January of 2025. Where did Aiden get these text messages? Who turned over text between Proctor and Yuri from January of 2025? And why were these not known about until Betterow filed this motion? Those are the questions that come out of that. And what's very interesting is, as you remember, in July of 2025, in the Miles King cases in Norfolk Superior Court that Michael Proctor investigated, his lawyer told the judge that Proctor got rid of his old phone in November of 2024 and then got a new phone that auto deletes every 30 days. Thus, Proctor had no phone records to turn over in those cases under the discovery rules. Not 2 months later, in July, probably September, October-ish of 2025, all of a sudden 12 years of Michael Proctor's phone records are turned over in the Miles King and other defendants' cases. And suddenly Proctor drops his appeal of his firing from the state police. And I think those 12 years of phone records were in the possession of the feds the whole time. And they waited to see if Proctor would mislead the judge in those cases about the existence of that discovery, just like the feds had Jen McCabe's cell phone records between February and April of 2022. And Aiden was telling Lindsay Gattani in November of 2023 that the feds wanted Karen's defense to turn over all Jen's discovery that was given to Karen in the state trial so the feds could compare it against their records that they got from Jen's cell phone provider via a warrant. That's what's going on here, I think, about Proctor and Jen McCabe.
Oh my. That's a lot right there. And with that being a lot, this is where the confusion, I'll be delusional, right? Me being from Dallas, Texas, watching this case over the 2 trials, seeing how everything is playing out now with the corruption. Now, Grant, when I tell you I am shocked with the new revelations, how is this happening?
Well, I think my 30,000 foot theory is that these are RICO predicate offenses. Are you familiar with, a lot of people know the term RICO, obviously, but are you familiar with the concept of RICO, Ray?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One thing I did, it was a big case this year against the RICO with YSL.
Young Thug.
Young Thug. You had attorney Brian.
Yeah, those DAs are wild. Yeah. And that judge was like pushing Woody to be in the chambers ex parte. I watched that whole thing.
Yeah, me too. And so I definitely understand what RICO is. I apologize. Just want to let you know that. Go ahead.
Not a problem. So that's state level RICO in Atlanta. I think that was out of Fulton County, wasn't it?
Yes, I want to say it was out of Fulton County.
Yeah. And so there are state level RICO, but we're talking about federal RICO, same concept, racketeer influence, corrupt organization. And it's a 1972 statute that was made famous by Rudy Giuliani for the first time when it was used to bring down the commission in the 80s in the Southern District of New York. And basically the way it works is, so with most crimes, like you have to, there's what's called the actus. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. There's the actus reus, the act requirement, and the mens rea, the mental status requirement. You have to do something, like whether it's an intent crime, like you intend to do it, or a results crime. You have to do something and you have to have an intent normally to do it. It could be recklessness as the intent, or you might have to intend to do it. But that's a problem when you have like the mafia, because the bosses and the capos don't do anything. They just issue orders to troops who do the actual bad behavior. So the feds came up with this idea. They wrote a law called the RICO statute, and it involves 27 or so predicate offenses. And if you charge those, you can then get people who weren't directly involved with the behavior charged as well under a theory of RICO liability. It's kind of like conspiracy on steroids. Now, why is this relevant here? Well, some of the RICO predicate offenses are things like obstruction of justice, lying to a federal official, things like that. Okay, well, here we have examples of 2 low-level people, comparatively, Michael Proctor and Jen McCabe, being targeted for an obstruction trap. And the feds don't charge obstruction. That's a means to an end. And then you have at the same time, investigation by the feds of Matthew Farwell for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Sandra Birchmore's murder was investigated by Brian Tully's state police unit. Okay, maybe Michael Proctor and Jen McCabe are kind of leveraged to get them to give up to the feds information about why John Fanning and Brian Tully's state police unit cleared Matthew Farwell initially for the murder of Sandra Birchmore.
Oh my!
That's what they do. That they think about like a drug investigation. They flip the low hanging fruit. Okay, if you want to do public corruption, same concept. It's just not drugs per se. It's more like, people who are connected in power. You flip the low hanging fruit.
Oh my! So, do you think that's what's going on and could possibly happen where Michael Proctor and Jen McCabe would flip to get themselves? I mean, do you think that happened?
I think it's a question of who the target is. Because you got to remember, in December of 2023, Brian Tully asked Lindsay, she mentioned it on your show last time, who the target of the federal probe was. I think Tully was worried. And you may have also seen this new revelation from the Brian Walsh case. Brian Tully on March 7th of 2024 signed a non-disclosure agreement with the federal government, the DOJ, about an ongoing investigation of the performance of the Massachusetts State Police. Well, Ray, in March of 2024, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed grand jury was over. That we found out from the Jessica Leslie indictment or information in federal court ended in February of 2024 after Proctor's interview. The Massachusetts State Police commercial driver's license indictments came down 2 months before March of 2024. There's only one case that could have been opened between August of 2023 and Matthew Farwell's indictment by the feds in August of 2024, which puts March 2024 right in the middle of that window, the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And so the question is, what are the feds doing with all this information? Why did Matthew Farwell face a superseding indictment for the death of Sandra's 8 to 10-week-old unborn baby boy 2 months ago, only for 3 weeks later, the Attorney General Pam Bondi to take the death penalty off the table in the case? Is it because he's cooperating? Who's he cooperating against? John Fanning, Brian Tully, Michael Morrissey? It's anyone's guess.
So like this is, you know, like when I came across this case, right, this was like so shocking and revealing how, you know, corruption was going on in that area down there, right? And it just made me wonder to myself, right? How long have this been going on, right? Because even with the Sandra Birchmore case, right, that case was big enough to where something should have happened. But it took for, you know, Commonwealth versus Reed, everything that happened to Turtle Boy, and for this situation to come to fruition in what we're seeing now. Do you think this possibly would have ever came to light if Turtle Boy, aka Aiden Kearney, aka I call him the GOAT, wouldn't have never fought as hard as he did for the injustice that was going on?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Aiden and Karen were sacrificial lambs for the DOJ without even realizing it, because this power structure that Aiden and Karen were exposed to was so deep that they're actually dangerous. And we can talk about the threat made to Aiden on the X Spaces in a second, but let me explain why this is such a dangerous situation. Multiple things going on, Ray. So let's start way back in 1976. You should all read a book called Black Mass by a good friend of mine, Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill. It became a very famous movie, but you want to read the book. They were journalists for the Boston Globe. The Michael Morrissey's predecessor as Norfolk DA was Bill Keating, I think, but right before him was a guy named William Delahunt. Now, if you've ever been to Norfolk Superior Court, where Karen's trial was and where Aiden's cases are, it's called the William Delahunt Courthouse. William Delahunt was the Norfolk DA in 1976 when he went for a meal of food at a restaurant. Well, lucky him, Stephen Flemmi walks into the restaurant on behalf of Whitey Bulger and threatens the restaurant owner over an $125,000 gambling debt, leading William Delahunt to inadvertently go to the FBI and say, hey, I can't prosecute this case because I'm a fact witness. Will you do it? Well, the FBI covered it up because Whitey Bulger and Flemmi were informants for John Conley and his former boss. And as a result, the Norfolk DA took out his own wiretaps on Bulger and Flemmi at the Hanover Street garage in the North End in the 80s. The FBI then leaked the existence of those wiretaps because Whitey and Flemmi were helping with a parallel wiretap on 95 Prince Street to bring down the Angiulo brothers, who were the Patriarca's men, which were the commission's men in Boston. So Whitey and John Conley eventually get exposed, specifically because the state police and the old Norfolk DA were mad that the FBI was letting Whitey get away with a lot of stuff and etc. So the old Norfolk DA and the state police embarrassed the FBI. You do not do that. The FBI has wanted to get back at them for a very long time.
Oh.
yeah, the second thing is you have to understand what the FBI is actually onto, in my opinion, and the DOJ, which is, okay, so if you know the Sandra Birchmore case, we talked about how she was murdered on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. exactly at her apartment in Canton Woods by Matthew Farwell. We talked about how the Canton police arrived on February 4th due to a wellness check, found Sandra, and within 48 hours, the Canton police had evidence Matthew Farwell was the man on video at the scene at the time Sandra died. They had evidence Farwell was going around telling people that if Sandra didn't get rid of her baby, quote unquote, he was going to handle the problem herself. And they had written evidence Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was a child when he groomed her from the Stoughton Police Explorers program. All right, why is that relevant? Because I have documentation, and I don't even know where this came from. It was from an investigation somebody did into what happened leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death. Now, remind you, Matthew Farwell was told he was the father of Sandra Birchmore's baby, and DNA testing ruled him and his brother out. So the investigation into Sandra or her death, I find a document, it's very redacted, that says an anonymous person, it's known in the record, but it's redacted, went to Sandra before her death and said she threatened her because they said she owed money to the girls, quote, the girls who were in the dorm/suite. Well, here's something interesting. Sandra lived alone at an apartment in Canton. She didn't live in a dorm or a suite. So where was the brothel, and why was it run by cops, and why were they using the Police Explorers program to seed a cop brothel in Stoughton? That's what the DOJ is onto. It's very serious. They're very dangerous. It's very scary. It runs very deep. And it's like this, it's a lot of people. Okay, so there's two types of people in the world of hunting these predators. There's like the good guys like John O'Keefe, who worked in the sex offender registration unit. They constantly hunt these guys and they find them. They're called predator hunters. Some are more vigilante than others. Some become cops. Some just do it as a hobby online to protect kids. Most of the time because the predator hunters themselves were hurt as kids, so they want it to never happen again. It's very important work. However, occasionally there's something called catching and killing an investigation. And you're going to find that a lot of like powerful men, mostly, but women, trans people too, get into high ranking positions, and they all know that the other ones in those positions, certain people like abuse kids or have really deviant sexual behavior, and they blackmail each other with it. And if a predator hunter catches on to it, they're told, hey, you're not allowed to look into that. And that's what happened here. We had a network that was operating for years in plain sight because they all looked ostensibly like, upstanding members of the community. In reality, they were abusing children, and then they were killing people who might expose it. And the only reason it came out, and Aiden and Karen can't even say this, is because Aiden and Karen rightfully probably figured this out, ran to the DOJ and were like, our lives are at risk, please save us. And that's what happened.
Oh, and that's a lot. And you know what? It's a terrible situation, because when I just heard you break that down, I heard you state that Norfolk embarrassed the FBI back in the day with the Whitey Bulger and everything. So the FBI been waiting. I mean, I understand, like, not saying it like that, but to get back at them, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then it's even more deep. So I'm glad we're doing a long form today, because I really want to help people understand this. Did you know I got recruited into the Department of Justice, Ray, and turned them down because they said I couldn't smoke weed?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, so I found myself locked in a room in Redacted in the Boston area with like 2 federal judges, like a bunch of federal agents, like professors, and they were like, hey, so here's the 75 sections of the DOJ. Here's how it all works. Please think about what you'd like to do. I thought, okay, I'll just follow up. Like, I'll research some stuff. I started looking at the public integrity unit, the public integrity section, whatever. Nope. 24 hours later, out of nowhere, I get an email from a DOJ group, email address saying, would you like to join the antitrust section of the DOJ? That's how good they are. Now, the reason I say that is, So the DOJ operates in sections, and in this case, we have the attorney, the U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, at the time this investigation started, when in November of 2022, was Rachel Rollins. Now, I don't know if you know this name. She was very controversial, Ray, around here because she had a list of 25 crimes she would not prosecute. Like if you like stole from a store, she had a rule that you would not be prosecuted.
Huh? What?
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. She was very liberal. She was connected to the Biden White House, and she was the Suffolk County District Attorney in 2019. And she literally had these policies that were outrageous, like no prosecuting these 25 crimes. And then also Rollins took a position that people who are under the age of 25 should not be able to get life sentences without parole if they kill someone by default.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Well, yeah. And you think that might have maybe upset some of the other district attorneys at the time?
It did?
Yeah, it did. And one of them was Michael Morrissey. And that led Rachel Rollins in 2019 to call Michael Morrissey a meatball in the press because she hated him so much. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, flash forward a few years. Rachel Rollins has around her the head of the Public Integrity Unit, a man by the name of Dustin Chow. Dustin Chow's wife worked for Michael Morrissey in 2016, and she got sent from Superior Court to District Court, which she saw as an insult. She left the office on bad terms. Dustin Chow went around telling people that he was going to do whatever it took to get back at the Norfolk DA. So you got the FBI, Rachel Rollins, the U.S. attorney, and Dustin Chow, the head of the public integrity section that's in charge of these investigations, all out to get Michael Morrissey. So they were more than happy to have the former chief of the Canton Police, may he rest in peace, Ken Berkowitz, walk into their office sometime before May of 2022 and say, hey, I think Brian Tully and the Stoughton Police and the whole Norfolk DA State Police Unit covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder to protect a cop brothel. Therein, leading the FBI to open and DOJ to open a multi-year federal grand jury that started on May 26, 2022, that covered this state police unit and the state police in general, and was driven by a desire to get the Norfolk DA. That's how this all started, and it just snowballed when they realized there was a lot of stuff going on with that state police unit.
Oh my! So with all these revelations, like you are giving to us, coming to fruition, I know it's a lot of people in Norfolk County shaking in their boots. What's your thoughts?
They're not shaking in their boots. They're gonna lash out because they're desperate. You want to start this by talking about Meredith, your favorite person?
Oh yeah,
next to Jason Broyles.
Oh yeah, for sure. We love that over.
All right, so here's something interesting for you, Ray. We'll call this the tale of one Meredith O'Neill. So you hear about the infamous night at Hillside and CF McCarthy's in Canton, where Meredith had the Apple Watch incident, got mad at Aiden, and then went over to a group of guys and tried to make him jealous. Have you heard about this?
Yes.
All right. Well, what would you say if I told you those guys she went up to knew Meredith and her parents, and they were all from Canton, all the way back when Meredith was a kid?
Oh my.
And what would you say if I told you that Meredith's ex-boyfriend before Aiden is very good friends with a current Canton cop and has been for his whole life?
Oh.
And then what would you say if I told you that Meredith's ex-boyfriend moved from Canton to Southie?
Oh.
And then
to
South Boston. Yeah. And then what would you say if I told you that just weeks after, well, let's actually go back to the fall of 2023, an infamous Halloween party. Meredith O'Neill did not show up in Aiden's life when he was jailed between December of 2023 and February of 2024. No, she showed up in the fall of 2023 around October, and she went to his Halloween party as a stand, you know? She was very jealous of Lindsay at the time. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's obvious why. But anyway.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm not into chipmunks. I don't know what to tell you. Right? So anyway, but but you know, so it's the fall of 2023. What happened simultaneous with that? Jason Broyles, under his real name, works with the Roccos to set up a free Karen Reed billboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Roccos came out of nowhere in the fall of 2023. Meredith came out of nowhere in the fall of 2023. And all of that, serendipitously enough, is right when Kate Peter, Aidan Carney's arch nemesis, starts working with a PI firm run by Marty Kraft that's very close to Jen McCabe and Brian Tully. Now, you know, maybe Nick Rocco and Meredith are both useful prior to all this. I don't know. I've never won the lottery twice, Ray. Have you? Listen, Ray. Listen. Maybe catching cases and then winning the lottery twice is just like a form of fate, but I'm not really a coincidence theorist.
So real quick, Greg. I didn't know he won it twice. I thought he just won it one time. He won it twice. Oh, lucky God.
Very, it's serendipitous. I think they made a movie about it, like Miss Congeniality or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway, so my point is, the Roccos come out of nowhere, and Meredith's got her own history. She comes out of nowhere, and they both show up right as Jason
real quick. Shout out to the beautiful Lindsay Gattani. I see her on the chat. Salute, Lindsay.
Lindsay's great. Hi, Lindsay. So Meredith and Jason Broyles and the Roccos all show up around the same time. Jason Broyles goes away, though, after he sets up this billboard. He doesn't come back until the Haley social experiment in the winter of 2024. But what's weird is when Meredith shows up for the first time, she's just around. Then in late November, I want to say or early November 9th of 2023, Meredith goes to a protest in Canton with the Roccos. You remember the Canton 9, or you've heard the lore of the Canton 9 protest?
Yes. She got me very informed.
How interesting then that the cops show up, the Canton cops show up, and that's when the charges start to get filed against those people. Very, very, very coincidental. And then gets even more interesting because Meredith starts love bombing Aidan. It's almost like people had to get Lindsay out of the way. She couldn't be controlled, so they had to get her out of the way so someone who was controlled by Tully and Kate, whatever, could get into Aidan's orbit. Because Meredith then starts love bombing Aidan obsequiously, like more so than Jason, like talking about a girl, like a victim that he wants to trick into sending him naked pictures. Like, very obsequious, all right? And so, like, she's just like, I mean, I don't want to use any vulgar terminology, but like, she may as well have gone to the jail and like suitcased him a cell phone. She would have risked like anything. Okay. So my point is, I think I'm
sorry. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I put myself on mute. Go ahead.
But anyway, so she's love bombing him, and it's weird. Like it's just a strange way she approaches him. Immediately, he gets out of jail February 23rd, 2024, and almost right away, a picture of Aidan's car gets taken in Southie. Now, it's unclear if Jen McCabe and Kate Peter and somebody else dressed in Easter bonnets and went down there and took the picture, but that's not really the question. The question is, how did they know he was there? Meredith. All right. And then, so in my opinion, Meredith was never helping him. She embedded herself around him and then waited until she got enough dirt where she could burn him. Some other stuff has come out that further confirms my theory. I think in the summer of 2024, Lindsay went down the Cape with Kate Peter. Kate was the only person who knew she was there. And this picture got sent around of Lindsay and her family. Very predatory. It got to Jason Broyles. Well, Christy Citroni revealed over the past 2 days who sent the image out first. Fucking Meredith. Kate sent it to Meredith. It's wild. And so I'm telling you, this whole time, Jason Broyles, Kate Peter, Meredith, the Roccos, I think this was a very long-term operation, and it was designed to take advantage of, if you've ever heard of this thing called CONTELAPRO. You had mass movements, free Karen Reed, free Turtle Boy, thousands of people, big hordes. Bro, it's very easy to just send someone there and be like, I'm a free Karen Reed person. I'm a free Turtle Boy person. Okay, how do you know? You're just saying that. All right, it's so easy to plant people. You just fake it.
Man, and you know what? It makes sense. You know, and everybody in the chat says it makes sense to me, right? Because just how everything done played out. Like when I first came on the scene, it's like I seen a play. You know, it was they false started because the play they tried to make the play work, but they false started and they got crushed. Their quarterback got crushed. This is mind blowing to me.
It's really scary because if I'm right about this, Meredith didn't just get close to him. She got. Ray, have you ever heard of something called parallel construction?
Can you define it?
It's a law enforcement tactic where you launder evidence obtained illegally to get it into the record. Like you have an informant illegally obtain information, then you give it to a cop and they rebuild the investigatory chain to get it into evidence.
Damn.
All right. So like stealing Aiden's entire cell phone extraction, intentionally trying to divide Karen and Aiden by waiting for a specific thing to come up that Meredith could use to pit Aiden and Karen against each other to Kate, Peter, and Brian Tully's benefit. Then you got Chris Albert celebrating that Aiden and Karen are divided. Bullshit. It was a fucking targeted op.
I totally agree with you. You know, people could say, oh, conspiracy theory this, conspiracy theory that. I don't give a damn about what people say. I'm looking at how the play going, how you breaking it down, and what I done seen over these years and what's coming to light now. I agree with you, Greg.
Yeah. And what we really, I think, are staring down. If you read the Boston Globe article the other day, I highly recommend people read the Spotlight article about the abuse of confidential informants. We're dealing with a very bad situation where you have a ring of confidential informants, a ring of connected, we'll call them connected people in Canton and Southie that go back decades, and a ring of corrupt cops all working together. So you got the cops with the informants, you got the money you got the dirty money funding the DA, the dirty money going to the cops getting the underage girls, and then the PIs enabling it all. It's one big circle. Everybody's in on it. Everybody wins until somebody makes too much noise. And then people start getting threatened, which is what happened to Aiden. If you want to talk about that Spaces the other night, they didn't threaten to take his life, unalive him. They threatened to methodically put a hit on him, like cowboy style, in the middle of the street, and Big Paul Castellano, and just kill him in the middle of the road. We cannot have that. We cannot. And then, it's way too far.
And speaking of that Spaces, at first we was live and we heard that, we all thought that was Chris Albert who was saying that, but I guess it was a guy named Harry, either brother-in-law of Jim McCabe.
We're not. I think that is what Aiden's reporting, that it's Matt McCabe, which would be in line with the threat that Aiden got from Matt McCabe years ago. However, it's not confirmed. That's what Aiden has reported. What is important, though, is that Chris Albert, a public official, was on the call and laughed when the guy said it. And I don't think that this is the only person who has been thinking about this. I'm worried that Kate Peter and her people around these witnesses like Jen McCabe and others got so invested in this, got so upset that their spot got blown up in the parlance, that they decided that if this shit went south with Aiden, the cases, if their nonsense got exposed, they were going to you go to the nuclear option. That's why I'm talking about it, because we cannot have that happen. I don't care if you like Aiden or hate him, they cannot do that. It's not acceptable. The fact that they're even thinking about it is not acceptable. The feds have to intervene immediately. If there's even a chance that someone could just go up to him and take him out, Aiden, that is, the feds have to intervene immediately. There cannot be any further discussion. It's the red line.
And I promise that's what I was speaking on the other night when we was live. And, one of my beautiful mods or one of the beautiful people in the chat, they told me is a space is out. And I'm hearing, these threatening words. I'm like, whoever that is, they should be arrested immediately. You tell me they put this charge on the GOAT for, pizza shop? This dude on the spaces, we know how they really are out to get Turtle Boy, right? They really out to get him. And I'm shocked that nothing is happening. I'm talking about right now. It's a day or two too late. Something should immediately happen after that Spaces came out.
Yeah, and I think people are just very insulated from accountability. And that's really what I'm worried about, that they have just enough plausible deniability to be like, I didn't do that. And they just say it long enough till they can act. I mean, I don't know what to say. This is not something that doesn't happen. There are people like prominent politicians and other commentators that do get these kind of threats, but that wasn't like an XDM from some random guy in Missouri who was like, I hate you because of your views. No, that was someone from around here. And it wasn't, I don't want you to play it because it's very, very inappropriate. But if you listen to it, the recording of the Spaces, which they took down, which is consciousness of guilt, they say, the person says something like, the plan is like, it wasn't emotional. The guy wasn't screaming. It was, the plan is if Turtle Boy manages to skate on these charges, we'll find him, like we'll watch him, we'll get him in the street and we'll just kill him. They said that directly and people were just like, okay with it. No one spoke out against it on the space. They were laughing. It was like, there was something they had talked about. This was their like backup plan. And they didn't think anyone would even like have a concern about it. They thought it was just something people wanted to happen. It was shocking.
No, and it is shocking, but what's more shocking is what you stated earlier. A public official and Chris Albert. He's laughing. Then he get on there and speak, right? That's mind-boggling.
He was a speaker at the time this guy got up there and said that. And, I don't know, like I'm from Boston, so there's kind of like this general rule, like, that you don't have to talk about. I'm not talking about what that guy said. I'm talking about in general, what we are tiptoeing around here. You don't have to talk about it. There's no reason to talk about it. Like, let them do their thing, run their fucking food drives, give money to the community. Nobody fucking cares. Just no civilians. This is an issue because Aiden is a civilian. Like, I don't care what anybody says. He's a lot of things. He is a civilian. So they cannot be using that kind of language about a civilian for so many reasons. Like, I don't care if it's like this is the compared to like if you're being prosecuted by the feds or the DOJ and like you're in a family and you threaten the feds or DOJ, that's on par here with doing this because of how public Aiden is and his involvement in the system and all that. They're out of their mind. It's going to, if it doesn't bring heat down on them, then we have much bigger problems than any of us have even realized to this point in time. If like nothing is done about that, God forbid something happens to Aiden, this is an actual constructive liability on the various powers that be. Like the FBI has a rule. If they find out information that leads them to believe that someone's life is in danger, they have to tell them, even if they got the information from in a wiretap that no one's supposed to know about. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but it's not good.
And I totally agree, right? And it's scary too. Just even thinking about it, of what, them people down there could do, right? Because you got to understand, that's why I call him, him the GOAT of this era, right? Because he came in and took down, like, and exposed, like, this big old corruption that was going on. So it's your point. In my opinion, I think and it's showing that they really have it out for this guy. And it's scary to me every second of the day thinking about that, knowing that no action has been taken. And let me reverse somebody just in the chat. They said it was Matt's brother-in-law right? But it's scary that they take no action, but they were so forceful in taking down the GOAT in his fight
Yeah.
to take down corruption.
And speaking of that, how did Aiden get to CF McCarthy's that night with Nan Gallagher and the Glare? Do you know? I found this out
No,
recently.
no.
Meredith's parents, quote, gave her a gift certificate to CF McCarthy's.
Oh, wow.
That was a setup. He had court the next day. And within 24 hours of him yelling at that window, Tully went to Cosgrove, and Cosgrove tried to use it to revoke Aiden's bail. Meredith, in my opinion, was a plant the whole time. And people are like, Grant, no, nobody would do that. You don't understand. That's like sacred. Are you saying like she would have an intimate relationship with someone? Someone even accused me of like degrading her. And I'm like, no, like that is the classic tool to get in someone's orbit. Like, do you really think that sex is some sacred thing? Are you kidding me? It is a tool. It's always been a tool. There are people who treat it respectfully in the context of love, but it's a tool and it messes with your fucking brain chemicals. So of course you can use it to manipulate someone. It's not being like a prostitute. It's like being an intelligence asset. Do you know how many people in the CIA have to sleep with people as part of their job? They're not like being a prostitute. They're very good at what they do.
But it goes for men and women, right? You that does happen, and anybody who want to act brand new, get out of here. Y'all know that they could be used as a tool. Now let's get back to Mary shit, right?
Yep.
You stated when they was at CF McCartney's, she tried to make Turtle Boy, aka Aiden Kearney, jealous, right? And she walked up to some guys. Can you said she knew them guys, and one of them guys was a ex, and you said it was
no, two separate things. The group
Okay.
of guys knew Meredith and her parents when Meredith was a kid, which means Meredith has connections to Canton that go back decades, way before any of this was going on. Separate to that, Meredith has an ex who used to live in Canton who is very good friends with a Canton cop. It screams plant. Like just because she used sex as part of it, if that's what happened, that does not mean that was all it was about. She was a plant from the beginning. They just realized Aiden has a weakness for a very specific type of woman, petite, intelligent, like I don't know, very intense, like about their business. Like there's a profile. She fit it. They played it perfectly. And if you think about it, what they were doing, I think what Kate Peter and Tully and them were initially doing is they were looking for alienated women in Aiden's orbit. Like they were like, let's find women who Aiden has treated badly and get them to give us information about Aiden. But that's not a good strategy for a number of reasons. One, they're going to figure out if you're mistreating them. And two, you're not really controlling them. Then so it's not really useful for your purposes. You're only going to get so much. If you get someone from the beginning who is working for you close to him, all you have to do is have them play it very slow, like slow play it. Two years later, you got 24 months of information. And then you have the person. I mean, this is what blew my mind. It was so targeted. You have the person break up with Aiden. And as they're breaking up, conveniently, Meredith is the source of the fracture in the Free Karen Reed movement to drive Aiden and Karen apart, which Chris Albert is celebrating. No, Meredith got everything that she wanted. And in my opinion, they what's called exfiltrated her from the situation so she wouldn't get hurt. And they removed her under the cover of a breakup. She got all the information she needed.
And it makes sense though too, because you were stating earlier that it was all formulating before. You said she could have been like a suitcase. You used the word like she could have been a suitcase with a cell phone in it, right? So they knew that Turtle Boy, aka Aiden Kearney, I call him the GOAT, was a problem, right? So with her parents having ties and with all the corruption, guys, like you say, blackmailing each other, it makes sense that this could have been formulated where they sent her in as a tool.
Broyles too. And if you see the playbook, what happened was, for whatever reason, Broyles' initial operation under his real name didn't work. So he came back in the winter of 2024. And the thing that is so wild about this is how many components it has. It's compartmentalized, just like the Manhattan Project. You had 20,000 people in Oak Ridge who had no idea what they were doing, going to work every day. And then you had Oppenheimer out at Los Alamos, actually with the team of scientists building the bombs. That's exactly what's happening here. You had a bunch of compartmentalized operations. They all had a similar goal, though: infiltrate either Aiden or Karen or both, get people close to them. And they did it. This is how it ties back to Aiden's criminal prosecution. What they would do is they'd pick someone who wasn't connected, like Lindsay Gattani or me or whatever. And then they'd have Broyles go out there, or Father Mark Murphy, under fake accounts, attacking Lindsay and I, so that those fake accounts would look like big time Turtle Boy people. And then there you go. You just planted another mole, just over and over and over. Plant 50 of them. So if one gets what's called burned, you got 42 in the tank. Just have an unlimited supply. That's what they did.
Man, this is diabolical, Grant. And the reason why I say it's diabolical, money and power, but not just that, where are the head officials? I know this is a corruptive, and I know politics is dirty, but respectfully, a person, who blind could see what's going on is corruption. And I don't understand. This is just me personally. I'm not as inquisitive as you. Like, this is me personally, right? I don't understand how the higher officials don't see this and nothing has stopped. I just don't get it.
Laws don't apply to rich people. Laws are a form of control for people without money. So when you're dealing with rich people, it's just a whole different analysis. Some rich people get in trouble if they piss off other rich people, but the general rule of thumb is laws are for poor people.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
that's
why it's why poor people don't stand a chance in the system. It's why Kate Peter, and I think even my own mother and all these state police, they hate me because I didn't care that Lindsay's just a person. Like, she's not connected. She's not, like, I'm a class traitor to them for even helping Lindsay, like, try to see this all, because I'm not supposed to, like, from the rules, like unspoken rules of it all, I'm from a different class, so I'm not supposed to help people that don't have money. No, fuck that. That's going to perpetuate the exact situation we have here. And I don't allow that to happen.
But it's just not just for the GOAT, because I know, Turtle Boy, aka Aiden Kearney, if anybody who knew her, I call him the GOAT. I know he is the, he is the huge target, right? But Grant, you also a huge target. Lindsay also a huge target. This is heartbreaking to me to know that y'all have to live there every day with this, because y'all have the heart. Y'all not like 10 men, like or 10 woman, like a lot of other people. Y'all have the heart to speak out.
And everybody experiences the proxy punishment in a different way. Like, I've always felt Kate Peter and her people love to use people's family against them and things like that. And I'll just say, I saw someone in the comments say, like, oh, Grant, but you were wealthy before this. And I'll just give a little context. So I'm very blessed to come from a family that had a lot of money growing up. But about like 7 or 10 years ago, my parents, before my dad passed away, they divorced. And I stayed with my mom. Like, my dad had a lot of money. My mom got the house and no money. So my mom and I, like, I really didn't like how my dad and my mom went through the divorce, because I don't know. And maybe I shouldn't have chosen to just side with my mom. Like, I was very loyal to her.
Yeah, but excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Forget whoever said that dumbass shit in the chat. You shut the hell up.
Well, no, and I wouldn't have.
No, but I don't like that though, because people. No. The reason why I don't like that, because everybody grow up how they grow up. Shut up. Everybody grow up different. You think everybody don't wish if they could grow up a certain type of way, shut up. It's ignorant to say, I apologize, man.
No, that's all right. And I wanted to explain because I don't know, maybe I will need some help like from you all over the next coming months. And I'll tell you why, because so when I was very sick, I was basically bedbound when I first became disabled back in 2014. So as my parents were divorcing, I was very sick. I hadn't started law school. I could barely get out of bed. I wasn't really involved. But by 2021, when I went to school, I had nothing. Like I had no money. I was disabled. I could barely go day to day. And I said to my mom, like, I want to try to go to school. I think I can do it. Like, it's going to be hard, but I'll try. So I started going to the gym before like that summer, and I was trying to get my cardio up to be able to do school because I was like 33 or something at the time. And these kids were all going to be 21 and I had to be in class and keep up. So as I'm doing that, my mom says to me, like, okay, so I'll talk to my school where she taught and we'll try to see if we can get you like a good deal on tuition and I'll pay for it and things like that. And that was great. I was very grateful. And so for 3 years, like I would pay for my parking and stuff and use my SSDI. And then my mom would help get food and I got through. Well, everything changed like 6 months ago or something when I started being more critical of Michael Proctor. I was getting more sick. I started collapsing at the part-time work I was doing. And I said, Mom, like, I'm really struggling. All she wanted was like money from me. She got really nasty, started like taking light bulbs out of the bathroom. Like I was falling, trying to go to the bathroom at night. And I was like, what is going on? Like, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to like give you as much money as you want, but like, you're not getting food anymore. I'm negative money each month. I'm taking high interest loans. Like, are you sure this is what you want? And she just was so angry and she was like punishing me. And so eventually, like 3 months ago, she out of nowhere, right as I'm being critical of Michael Proctor, like is like, I'm gonna evict you. You owe me this money. And I'm like, well, I'll apply for Raft. Like I can just get you paid back and I'll use some of it for a new place. She's like, no, I want to embarrass you during the court process. You deserve this. So I'm like, whoa, like that is the part that like really fucked with my mind. Cause I was like, I've put everything on the line for my work before. No one has ever got to my family. And then I realized, oh yeah, my mom's basically been dating Michael Proctor's uncle for the past 2 years. I'm a moron. I didn't see this. And then Yuri Buchanan and Dylan Haldeman, Yuri in the Karen Reed lawsuit, Haldeman in Lindsay's lawsuit, both get my mom's old law firm as lawyers. And my mom told me the Alberts and McCabe's tried to retain her old law firm, but they didn't have enough money to do it. She was a plant too. That's why when people are like, Grant, Meredith couldn't have done that. My own mother did it to me. So yeah, anybody can be a plant. Anybody.
And people don't understand, people who ain't, you never walk that walk. You have a lot of people who ain't never been in a position to where, it's big time and how the powers that be, right, they could dismantle, all right, the situation of you if you're speaking out against them. So I totally go ahead.
I'm so sympathetic to people who it happens to, because I don't want to toot my own horn, but if you go to like my Patreon and read my previous coverage, I am very connected with the government. I'm not in the government. I've never been part of the government, but like you can read letters from lawmakers where they like scold government agencies for mistreating me. You can read judicial decisions where judges scold government agencies for mistreating me. Like, I don't want to talk about the way the government thinks about me, but they're very protective of me. So if this can happen to me, and I mean, I can call almost anyone I want, it won't stop because my mother is like compromised. If it can happen to me, imagine what could happen to someone who's like a single mom of 4 just trying to get by. All right, we have a serious problem in the system. That's why I don't really care about me. I just have to make sure they don't actually get to me. So I am so well trained. I'm not a lawyer, etc., but I'm so well trained. I know how the system works. So you abuse process, like you call, like my own mother calling a fake wellness check on me. Immediately, I figured out she was having ex parte communication with one of the advocates. And I was like, who is your keeper of records? Like, are you documenting all these ex parte contacts? I've never, and my mother then told me, oh yeah, I only called that wellness check because I thought it would be quicker than evicting you. What? Are you like, that's how serious this shit gets.
And now it ain't, we care about everybody. It ain't like saying don't care about you because, it's a horrific situation. And, we hate, that not only you going through this, but, everybody who's involved. And especially that, the respect, that goes overwhelming from me and a lot of people is how Grant Smith Ellis is sticking his chest out for Lindsay Gattani, and standing up, when everybody, else, welder because, hey, perception is everything. But you, Grant, you different.
Oh, I think my mother tried to get information about Lindsay's case so she could help the other side. That's how, like, I think this is that bad. And I don't think it's just my mother that was willing to go to that length for these people. I think this is a culture among certain parts of the state police and really the police apparatus and the prosecution apparatus. Like, the prosecutors enable this. You read that story in the Globe about confidential informants. They'll just drop cases if it's going to expose through discovery a police officer abusing an informant or whatever. That's horrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely horrifying for me just knowing the people who get targeted. And that's just why I go back to this. Where's the anybody, right? Because, just me getting to know you over these 2 interviews and knowing, Lindsay and me following the GO. Like, when y'all step outside, like with her and all this, man, and knowing how corruptive they are, it's heartbreaking to me, and I really mean that. And something has to be done. Like, I don't get how it took Cosgrove this long to finally recuse himself. This is sickening. Not just in your state, but for everybody, around the states to across the pond to see how this dude knew he should have been gone, right? And he stayed on here because of his ego and pride. And not only that, everybody else who was involved, Grant, they tried to find a way out of no way. And when they finally seen there was no way, this is my opinion, he finally did what he did yesterday. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but he hasn't recused yet. He's fighting so hard. I don't think it's ego. Like, he was a judge for a long time. You can look at his cases. You'll find Morrissey on a lot of them, his office.
I mean, the motion to recuse, I apologize.
Yeah, but talking about why Cosgrove hasn't recused is what I think is interesting, why Aiden is fighting for it. So Cosgrove, I think, hasn't recused, not because of his pride or ego.
Well, hold up, Grant. No,
right.
Seriously. With everything that's going against this guy, and not just pride and ego, they trying to figure something out. Like,
yeah, I'll tell you exactly what it is. You only have to slip up once. Like, are you in debt? Is your family member facing charges? Did you do something stupid and get caught up? Okay, there you go. You're owned forever. You only have to fuck up once. And then you're owned forever.
Oh, so, okay.
So Cosgrove, I don't know if it's money. I don't know. I don't want to know. It's not my business. The FBI can figure it out. But Cosgrove, all it takes is like a large debt, a piece of information, an indiscretion. I'm being very generous with that term. You only have to do one stupid thing, and only one person has to find out, and then you are owned for life.
And I agree with that. But when I think about, how it was a travesty to see how this case was just swindled right before our eyes, right? And
it was a favor. It was like pressure on Aiden, trying to get Karen, but it was more just like this mentality of like, you're not supposed to mess with the Canton aristocracy. Like it was just like, you're not supposed to talk about us, you're not supposed to mess with us, but instead of like beating you on the street, we're going to call the DA. That's why this went fucking astray. And how much you want to bet they got dirt on the DA too? Somebody is running this, somebody knows everything, and if not me, somebody's going to figure it out, because everybody's onto this. Like, it's not hidden anymore. It was hiding among the chaos for a while, but not anymore.
Yeah, but you know, desperate people do desperate things. You know, we see cases all the time where somebody's about, you know, to go down, and somebody end up, you know, like, I'm talking about in that specific department over there. Because,
you mean like Nick? You mean like how Nick Garino, the trooper that processed Sandra Birchmore's phone extraction and helped Tully manipulate Lindsay's extraction before Tully leaked it, was on the Mass Pike near exit 123 in Watertown doing a detail, and he randomly got hit by a drunk driver and almost died, and now looks like every time he appears in public he's seen a ghost. Yeah.
Yes. A whistle like that. It's one. It could be 1, 2, 3. You know, we've seen this before. You know, hope it don't happen. But you know, it could be certain individuals that they need to get up out of there to try to probably, you know, and I hope that don't happen, to clear it up, right? Because we've seen this before. We watch all type of cases where in some cases that's unsolved, right? Where you get rid of certain individuals so the truth won't come to the light. Am I reaching with that, Glenn? I mean, let me know.
Yeah, you think it was people loved Hank Brennan's checkerboard socks and his owl cufflink. Excuse me, do you know what a checkerboard floor is about? Like, do you have any idea what that symbolism is? I don't even want to mention it. Like, there are certain things, forget about the thing we were talking about before in Canton and Southie. There are certain other things you do not talk about, and that is one of them. And you really think it's a coincidence that all these high profile, high power people, like, come on. No, it's not a coincidence. I know exactly what we're dealing with. I'm terrified of it. I don't even know what to say. I don't like it. I'm not involved. I don't want to be involved. I am a Catholic. Okay. I don't do that shit. I don't believe in it. I understand that there's some benevolence to it when you're talking about like mastering mind-body duality for the purposes of benevolently guiding humanity. But most of them are fucking evil, and they like sacrifice and do weird shit. And I'm not into that shit. I'm not a fucking pagan, and I don't like this approach to politics. There's no place for someone like me in that world. And that's why I'm never going to fit in, and I'm never going to be accepted. I'm always going to be on an island if I make it. Every day, Ray, I wake up and I'm like, it's probably the last one, you know, like I check the car with a mirror.
Man, don't say that.
But it's just the reality. You at a certain point, you know, like you either accept that, you either go into their world, or you realize you're never going to make it. And it sucks. And that's why if you watch Eyes Wide Shut or, you know, V for Vendetta, that's what it's really trying to drive at, you know. And that's it. V for Vendetta is something I've talked about. That's why I'm so sympathetic to Lindsay. People don't get it. You have to watch that movie V for Vendetta to understand why I am so loyal and sympathetic to her. And it's because she, by analogy, was walking down the street and these government agents messed with her life. And by virtue of that, like unwillingly, I had to work hard in her so that she could understand how all this intelligence community stuff works. That's what like most people on the planet and in this country are just going along to get along. They're not thinking about how to write the laws, enforce the laws, have political power. So the people who do that, they don't rub it in your face. They just have their little meetings. They decide what they're going to do. And then all of a sudden you see it pop up, like, you know, the unspoken motive behind it, but you can't put your finger on where the meeting was, who was there, what they talked about. It's the hidden hand. Like, that's what it's all about. That's power.
And I always say that word. Everybody in my chat who heard with me, I say, go along, get along. I'm not with none of that. But we got a question for you in the chat. Shout out to the beautiful Laura Ornato. She said, Grant, do you think voting others in will change anything for Massachusetts?
Yeah, especially in the Norfolk County DA's race, Adam Deutsch, that will change it. It depends what you're talking about. You have to go on an issue by issue basis. Even if you solve, it's like whack-a-mole. Even if you solve one problem, these people are always going to be out there. They've mastered this system of government. They built it. They own it. They run it. So if you want to really, the check and balance is not any one person. The check and balance is the public at all times being informed about what's going on and talking about it. That our system was built on that. It's just back in the day, only like 3% of people knew how to read. So everything that people were talking about in government, the smart people in the population were checking and balancing them. Now anybody can say anything. There's so much noise. All these powerful people can just kind of do what they want to do. And as long as it doesn't become, to bring this full circle, a public problem, they don't have to answer for it. That's why Karen and Aiden inadvertently, I don't think either of them probably like the position they're in. They probably like have to make it seem like they, are pleased at the outcome, etc. They got caught up in this very dangerous situation because they stumbled on to this layer of power that people think like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about X, Y, or Z. No, there are some things you are really not supposed to talk about. And Karen, that's why I think Marty Kraft was monitoring who was visiting Karen's home in Mansfield in February of 2022. Jen McCabe is the one who was worried that Karen was going to stumble onto everything that's become public over the past few years. That's why this whole thing became so vicious. There are some things you are really never supposed to talk about. You're just supposed to pretend like everybody is like who they are at the Christmas party. You don't ask about who's behind the mask. You don't ask about the gated mansion. You don't ask about the voodoo dolls. You don't ask about who's with who or when and how many times. You don't ask. You're not supposed to ask. But Karen asked. She didn't ask. She drew it out into the light, and they were very mad about it. And Karen kind of used Aiden as a shield. I mean, he got his benefits too, but she kind of like threw him to the wolves because she was like, I'm not exposing these people, bro. You do it. I don't think he even knew what he was getting into.
Oh, wow. But look, we over our hour. We need to take our first little break, Grant, so we can get some water, refreshments, and stuff like that. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Is that cool with you, Grant?
You got it.
All right, 1 second.
Tell me when I get time, I might come through, but I can't. I gotta keep moving. My girl, baby. I don't wanna be foolish. I got big things going on, and I ain't trying to lose it. I can't stay. At the house, I know that you waited on me with a big smile face, girl, looking real good, smelling all nice and sweet. She know I'm out on the road, I'm doing my music thing. She know the temptation, she know I'm only just a man, but hey. People may do when they really want to, but I found me a good thing. Won't let that get in my way. I tell them when I get time I might come through, but I can't make you long. I keep moving.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my god, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and baby he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Lie, niggas lie, bitches 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 lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas shit. Smoking on Shikari Bronx mixed with Obama, that's the presidential shit. Type of bag a nigga really want, most wouldn't know what to do with it. Really had to get it out the mud. Really had to get it out the dirt. Wasn't no love or no handouts. Nigga really had to go and put in work. Praying packs in the mail, making home. Shout out niggas with the P's and carry on. Nigga out here doing alley capping, but you color show when that pressure's on. Hustle hard with the best of them. He a roach, nigga step on him. Dallas Tech, what I rep on him. Hadn't did it for me, gotta flex on him. Niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas.
Out to everybody on here from that 214 in the States to across the pond. Hold up. Shout out to Carly K. She turned me up. Shout out to She Like Texas. Y'all know how we coming. I say the stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas. Turn up for them.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. Cause I wanna name it. $1 million baby.
Yo, you gotta chill, man.
Damn, I did it again. I missed the operator era. Why did I do that? I'm sorry. And she know who I'm talking to. I keep doing it. Mr. Operator era, but we back, y'all, with the great Grant Smith Ellis. He's in the building. Grant, man, it's a lot to unfold here. It's a lot, right?
I figured we make a record. It's one of those things people will look back on and be like, wow, there was a lot of information in there. I should listen to this at half speed.
Yeah, now, like you gotta understand, like, some people, they do have to slow it down a little bit. I get it, but me, I'm like the road runner, beat, beat. I take it all in. I be listening. You hear me? Because hey, when you be spitting, I heard the truth. I don't know if you know how I say truth, Grant, but that's TRUF. Truth. Hey, Grant, I got the beautiful Mo _ in the building. She say Ray Grant said he'll sing for us. You got back.
No, I think I'm born to do lyrical prose. I can speak 280 words per minute, but I have terrible pitch. If I sang, it would be like Bob Dylan in the 2000s when he was performing just to perform, and you'd probably be embarrassed on my behalf.
You say you got lyrical prose. You got some bars you could spit real quick.
I end up waxing poetic incidentally just by virtue of the form and content of the way that I speak. I try to layer my storytelling recursively so that I take the audience on a guided journey that constantly is folding in on itself as a commentary on the way history unfolds from the perspective of different humans. So my very existence is an amalgamated expression of consciousness, and then I channel that into my spoken word as a form of art. It's very intentional.
Oh, we talk that talk. Hold up. Let me turn up for Grant for that.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do nothing wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. 'Cause I wanna make it. $1 million, baby.
Yo, you gotta chill, man.
Hey, look, and I'm telling you, Grant, like they be getting me over in my chat. They be getting me because they know they come poking and they know they, but I love them for that though. Because I remember it's God. They said if they made that up about you singing. But Grant, tell me, one thing that I appreciated about you when I was watching you break down the sidebars. I mean, you went through like what? I mean, it was over 3,000.
Oh, 4,252 pages in
was it
17 hours.
Yeah. Grant, that's amazing. And I mean, it's not just amazing. It's the way you broke it down when you was going over the sideboards. Not only was you letting us know what they say, but like you say, the way you break stuff down, you gave us a full understanding of what everything meant. Not only that, it's the way I seen you when you went back on some of the old testimony that was said to see if it was true and not true. That was great.
Oh, thanks, Ray. Yeah. So, I mean, that one, now that I realize it, that was just last weekend. That one pushed me to the limit. I was tired after that one. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I didn't realize it was the transcripts of the trial plus the sidebars. And that was only like 7 days or so. We have a lot more to do, I'm sure. But what I was doing was I was having watched that whole trial and been intimately familiar with this and lucky enough to be trained, although not a lawyer, but trained in the legal process. I was able to understand how they were communicating. Sidebars are not just lawyers talking to the judge. They're speaking in code, basically, like shorthand, legal shorthand. So a lot of the references are obscure and they're using ambiguous pronouns a lot of the time. They're talking about testimony or prior sidebars. And so you have to have the whole cohesive record in front of you to understand it. What I was really doing was using it as an exercise in reconstructive hermeneutics to get inside the mind of Judge Cannone, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Liza Little, Adam Lally, McLaughlin, Laura McLaughlin. I was trying to figure out what did they find out that was privileged and protected that they revealed at sidebar that I am now finding out that was not public before. That's why it was like a needle in a haystack, because you had to sort through everything to find the just diamond in the rough. And I found a few diamonds.
And let me ask you a question, because you mentioned the book earlier. You told us you recommended us to read. What was the name of that book again?
Oh, goodness. The context of that was what?
Because somebody asked the question, have you read The Black Seal of the Inner Circle?
Oh, I wish I could remember now the earlier book I recommended people read. At least there's a record of it. But yeah.
Black Mass. They say Black
Mass.
Black.
Yes. Black Mass is a book from 2001 about Whitey Bulger and the FBI and the old Norfolk DA. I have not read the book, The Black Order of the Inner Circle, but I'm pretty well versed in the history of esoteric societies because I'm very interested. Like, it started because, interestingly enough, I was studying the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John because I wanted to find out, like, did John Matthew and Mark like read Luke and then like use that as the basis for their gospels. And I found out that like basically 2/3 of Luke is original and like 1/3 of everything else is original. So they like, I was trying to figure out the timeline of the books of the gospel. And then I found out that early Christians were persecuted by like these pagan groups. And I was like, wait a minute, like pagan groups, aren't they like druids in the woods who like worship maypoles? And then I found out about like the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templar and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and OTO and the Hellfire Club and Bohemian Grove and other unnamed societies we won't talk about. And I was like, oh fuck, these people have run the world for like 3,000 years. Like this is on another level. Governments don't even matter. And then I was like, all right, so you do as good as you can within policy circles, but if you butt up against this fucking apparatus, run the other way, because they are bigger than the government. They run everything and they've been around forever. And they have this understanding of how to like master your own emotions so that you can be in control of large groups of people. They like study it and pass down that knowledge. And they like built the great cathedrals. They were like helping literature thrive when Shakespeare was writing. They enabled the conditions for Kubrick to make his films. Like their whole goal is to like lead humanity towards the great work, which for them is like taking our highest understanding and putting it down as a form of art that can be appreciated for centuries. That's their like project. And you don't want to fuck with them because they're very well funded and very good at what they do.
Now, I know we've been talking a lot about this, but I'm glad I got you on here. Do you keep up with a lot of other cases that's going on? I mean, like big cases that happen. One specifically, what I'm talking about, the killing of the Kentucky judge Kevin Mullins. You know, September 19, 2004, District Court Judge Kevin R. Mullins was shot and killed at the Letcher County Courthouse in Whitesburg, Kentucky. Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins was arrested and charged with murder in the shooting. Are you familiar with that case?
Yeah, the sheriff found messages on the judge's phone with his daughter, and that's what your mind is right to go there. It's the same thing with the Richard Allen case. Like you actually start looking into this stuff, and yeah, it's very, very bad. And most of the time, no one can do anything about it because if you're really good and you control everything, you can literally do it in plain sight and everyone's going to go along with it. That's what real corruption is. We think we see corruption in Massachusetts. It's really bad here. People have no idea. I don't think people could even live in society day to day if they were exposed to the extent of depravity and evil that exists minute to minute, hour to hour, everywhere, all the time. I think it would crush people's souls. And that case you brought up is one very good example where it kind of peeks into the light and then just goes away.
Yeah, because it's it's about the turn up, because it's a lot of new revelations that they're saying about that they seen, the former sheriff Sean Mickey Steins. A lot of people saying they were seeing him act weird and crazy, and saying where people was who were deceased. But I'm like you, I was a little caught up too because it's no actual audio of when he, brutally did what he did. But it's like when they first spoke on it, he called his daughter phone allegedly. That's what they're telling us, and her number was saved, and I think she was 15 at the time. So that's what had me a little took back. Like I know it's going to be a lot of evidence presented when that case does come back up, but that's when I got my own. That's why I was interested.
Oh yeah, please keep your eye on that, and keep your eye on everything to do with the Epstein case, because I'm sure in time a lot of local cases we're going to find out got caught up in that too, and all these people do this with I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like if you work for an intelligence agency If you get caught, they're going to be like, I've never heard of you. That's like the punishment. They'll be like, we don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. We have no records of them. In that other world, like you have like, they must have like cards or some kind of handshake where it's like, they can do anything until the public finds out. And most of the time the public doesn't find out. I think that's why, to tie back to Massachusetts, the more the public talks about how these people move, their tactics will not work. Look at the attempt to divide Karen and Aiden. That's falling on its face right now. I've never seen something crash and burn. Like I've never seen something like rise up into the sky so quick and then crash and burn so hard. It's like a Soviet attempt to launch a rocket.
And look, and speaking of Richard Allen, shout out to Law Girls Not Attorneys. I don't know if it was like a week and a half ago. Man, I didn't really know nothing about that, right? Until I was on their channel and I heard the beautiful breakdown. And I'm telling y'all, if y'all not subscribed over there to them, I'm telling y'all to do it. Because I really got to get more in depth on what happened to Richard Allen. Some people think, I don't know the evidence or nothing. I know he's in jail now. And I know when I was hearing them recordings on there, you know, he flipped and stuff. So I'm not too much in depth with it. I got to do my research on that. And I think that's what we're going to do on here in the future. But some people think he guilty. Some people think he not. You know, when I was over there, they was saying, you know, he got coerced. What's your thoughts on the Richard Allen situation? I don't know.
Oh, they did him dirty. If you actually, I mean, what's weird is you want to talk about prosecution and PR. Their prosecution of Richard Allen had connects. I mean, they were seeding narratives, like they were good at what they did. And Richard Allen didn't stand a chance. I mean, they isolated him. There was some, I don't know enough about it to like form a formal conclusion, but there is something about that network. It's like a small rural town. If anyone's ever read the classic Truman Capote book, In Cold Blood, it invented the genre basically of true crime. It was in the 60s in like a rural town in Kansas. And the Delphi situation reminds me a lot of In Cold Blood. Why do I say that? Because the official story, if you read Truman Capote's In Cold Blood, is that this family was in a farmhouse and they got robbed for money and killed. That's the official story. And that's what Truman Capote wrote. But it's archetypal of true crime as a genre because Truman Capote was doing PR. And what really happened was I think it was like the Pickett family or something. The father was on the White House U.S. Agricultural Council, and he was part of some like larger thing, and there was a hit put on him. How was this proven? Well, there's a book called And Every Word is True, where it turns out that the map that the burglars used of the house was a map that they couldn't possibly have had because the blueprint was from 2 years after the burglary. So it's very similar with Delphi. Like you have this official record that looks like it's just a clean cut like case of this person doing this crime, when in reality that record had to be written that way for a reason because somebody powerful didn't want the actual story out there. That is true crime in a nutshell. Every case is like that.
And you know what? That's something I think I'm going to do, Mr. Grant Smith Ellis, is because I have a lot of beautiful people on here like Dr. Jen _Toxic and my other beautiful people like She Like Texas and other people say they talking about the great people at Defense Diaries. They said they broke it down, you know, because they said we do love the mothers over here as well. So yeah, I'm going to really have to indulge in that. But I had a question from one of my beautiful mods over here. We call her the only Mary B. She said, what's your thoughts on the Kelsey case?
Oh, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Yeah. So I did a stream on this. I covered Kelsey's being released on December 23rd, right before Christmas on 2025. Kelsey was a police officer, I want to say up in like Haverhill or somewhere, maybe that's where the court is, but like somewhere up north in Massachusetts. She was a police officer in some small town. And she was in a Ray, you click the button. Oh, hey, sorry.
Oh, sorry, dumpster. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's you told me earlier. You're like, I clicked the button. I was like, I just figure he's going to do it from time to time. So, but yeah, Simmons was a police officer. She was in a romantic relationship with her partner. They had a child, a new baby. The partner like got an RO on her. That's why it's a little bit of a weird case. He didn't like go to family court to get like visitation or a custody agreement. He got an RO on her. And when the police came to serve the RO, first, so Kelsey and her former law enforcement partner, like a few years prior, had gone to a scene where I think a woman who was pregnant like took her life, and it really messed with them. So they were both really traumatized. Kelsey's partner, former law enforcement partner, shows up to serve the RO. Now, when you serve this, like you have to tell the person because you have to take their service weapon when if they're a cop when they get an RO. So they serve it on Kelsey and they take her child while they're doing this. They use it as like a way to separate her from her child. That's how I knew it was a bag job because like why would you do that when serving an RO? Well, Kelsey reacts like any mother would. Maybe not any mother, but she reacts like any mother would, maybe who was a cop, and she freaks out and like has a moment of mental insanity and pulls her service weapon. She doesn't pull it on the cop; she pulls it on herself. While they're in a close confine, they're in her home, and she pulls her service weapon on herself. They shoot her. They double tap her. They try to kill her. They shoot her like point blank in the chest. And I don't know where the other shot went, but they shot her twice at least. She is shot, but they arrest her for A and B with a dangerous weapon because she pulled the gun. And then they serve the RO. They take her to jail. She's shot, mind you, and she can barely breathe. She gets released from jail on a bail revocation, but one of her bail conditions is she has to stay in her home and blow into a scram device to test for alcohol. She literally cannot do it because she cannot breathe. So her lawyer, Tim Bradle, who's also Turtle Boy's lawyer, goes to the judge and says, hey, my client cannot breathe into this device. We need a reasonable accommodation. She just would like to be able to do a different kind of test, and she can do it at this center. Judge says, no, I don't want her to be able to do that because it would require leaving her home. And instead of giving you your request for a bail modification, I'm jailing her. I'm revoking her bail on dangerousness grounds because she can't comply with the scram test. So judge revokes her bail, and then it becomes this kind of issue in the public because people are like, why did she get her bail revoked? It didn't seem to make a lot of sense. And judge was very mean to her. Well, it seemed to me more about like Bradle than anything because they do this appeal and then Bradle comes back for Christmas. Kelsey's healed and judge is like, oh, I would have let her out earlier if you just asked. Completely changes her tone, blanks Bradle, and then releases Kelsey and is like, yeah, she can go on those same conditions and use the scram now. She's healed. So that's why the Kelsey case kind of got attention. Like it was almost like Bradle got like a message from the judge. It wasn't about Kelsey. That's why what I don't think people get about Kelsey's case. The outrage there is that Kelsey didn't do anything. She got caught up in, I think, the justice system giving Bradle a little bit of like a hand slap. And that was my analysis on my stream of that hearing.
Hold up. So, because I do remember when she came to the hearing and they was telling her, that she couldn't breathe, and even the probation officer came on there speaking for her. You telling me this had, after the fact, right? That the judge said, "Oh, if you would have just told me that she's healed now," and that's just how she got out.
Yeah, and that was what's called like. So a lot of this is diplomacy. Like if you meet, there's high level diplomacy like between governments, and then there's like diplomacy in the judicial system, whatever. We're talking about very specifically here diplomacy between a judge and lawyers. They're not going to say on the record, hey, Mr. Bradle, I was at a judges conference and some of the other judges told me that you've been being a little bit of a dick. So I decided to screw your client. No. They're going to be like, you screwed up, Mr. Bradle, but you know what? I think we can let your client go home now. Moving on.
So I have another question from my beautiful admin, the only Mary B. She said, Grant Smith Ellis, Would the judge either approve or deny the motion? How was sending her to jail a judicial option in response?
Oh, sure. So, not a lawyer, not legal advice, but it's important to understand prior to 1934, there were different things, courts of law and courts of equity. There were courts that enforced like statutes about whatever. And then there were courts of equity where courts enforced what was called common law, judge made law, judicial decisions, precedent. Those two things combined. Now courts have equitable powers and legal powers. It is within the discretionary equitable powers of the court to do anything at any time. You motion the court for a bail modification, they can be like, I reject your bail. That's called the discretionary power of the court. They have equitable power to do almost anything at any time for any reason.
Okay, so you said when they came in there, like, shout out to my beautiful queen who's in charge, Dumpster Juice. She said, but Kelsey had just had her baby. She was going through postpartum. Why didn't they take that into account? I'm asking that.
Oh, sure. Because it doesn't matter if you're right on the facts or sympathetic or right on the law. If a judge wants to send a message, the judge is going to find a reason to do it. That's why I think a lot of people rightfully will critique judges, but a lot of people don't understand when it actually happens, you're not going to see it.
Oh,
You're not going to see
my.
it. Yeah, it's so subtle. Like you're not meant to see it. It's a very, very like special thing. The profession of law is very small. There are not a lot of people in these county bars. People talk, everybody talks, and that's how you get punished. It's just you'll never get the satisfaction of them even telling you.
But it's the way that the judge did it the first time when she sent her back to jail, when she had the probation officer come in there and even vouch for her. Like,
It's not about
and that's okay still?
Yeah, it's not about the merits. I hate to disillusion people, but I really have to hammer this home with people. It's not about the merits. Just like for example, the hidden discovery between Kate Peter and Ken Mello from Aiden. Doesn't matter if Aiden's guilty or innocent. You do that, you compromise the case, the punishment is dismissal. Same thing here. The merits don't matter. You can have the best argument in the entire world. If judge wants to do something, they're going to do it. And I think people underestimate, to use George Bush's word, the Honorable George Bush from the wonderful state of Texas. I think they don't understand what that means. There is unlimited power for a judge. So you can be right on the law, you can be right on the facts, and you can still lose and you can't get it overturned. That's how powerful a judge is.
Oh, wow. Oh, we Grant.
I love the questions. I mean, I will take all these questions because I'm so glad to be able to respond to them, because it's a lot of stuff that I take for granted that I know. Like I just assume the system works that way. I forget it's important sometimes to explain to people, like it's not what it seems like on the surface. There's always an underlying there's something in the mind of the judge and the lawyers that you're not hearing, and you have to reconstruct. You have to read between the lines. That's the art form.
Okay, real quick. This is close to home, girl. To me, close to me. Another case that's in Frisco, Texas. Austin Metcalf stabbing in April 2025 on April the 2nd. You know, he was stabbed at Memorial High School by Carmelo Anthony. Are you familiar with that case? If not, we'll just move on.
Only to the extent that like there was a fundraiser and they bought a house and there was controversy, but I don't know the details of the underlying incident. It was a stabbing. I think there was a history of tension between the two juveniles. It's like right on the age of like 16 to 18. There was a knife involved, and I believe someone might have died. I don't remember the outcome.
Yeah, Austin Metcalf. He was the one who lost his life. Condolences to his family, but yeah. So I just advise you, because that's gonna be big too, right? Especially here in Texas. It's a lot going on with that, right? So, like I said, I'm not a guy who put out my hands in the basket. I got to wait and see how it's gonna play out. But this case right here, it could really turn, in my opinion, to like and then hopefully it don't, but the way, me being down here and me being close to shit, it could be a white versus black thing, and I hope it don't get there, but
Are you?
because
Well, I have a question because I don't know a lot about the Texas judicial system. Are you confused by like how liberal Massachusetts is with how defendants are treated? Because I've watched like Judge Fleischer down there. I've watched Judge Alex Kim in the 323rd Judicial District, the juvenile court. My word, like there is no room to maneuver as a defendant. So like when you see up here, we're like, we are a little bit nicer to defendants. Like, how do you react?
I'll be like, wait. Like, because I promise everybody, Texas don't play. The state trooper, they call state troopers down here. You got the Dallas Police Department, a bunch of police departments around the area, a bunch of them, and they serious. It's serious business. That's why it be shocking to me when I see how it go in Massachusetts, then I know how it goes here because it's different.
Yeah, and I'm glad people in Massachusetts don't go to other states a lot because I think they'd be less angry about corruption here because they'd be like, oh, we got it good. Because as scary as it is here, the little I know about the justice system in other states, you think you're getting bail? What? Like, no, you are not getting bail. Like, I have seen some of those Texas judges. Bail isn't even a question. Not even a question.
You better tell them, Grant, like they do not play like it has to be. You better hope you got I forgot the name of the guy. It's a big trial coming up here with a rapper named Yella Beezy. He's been charged with murder against a former rapper named Mo3. And I forget the attorney name, but he has won like the best lawyer in Texas so many times, right? So you better have one of them, or you better hope it's a crucial mistake they make, right? Because
I want to give Judge Fleischer huge credit. I cannot forget to say this. I don't want to make it seem like every Texas judge is a jerk. I saw Judge Fleischer, a white judge, say to a cop, "Why did you pull this man over?" And the cop said, "He was walking across the street and I saw a bulge in his pocket, so I patted him down and found an ounce." Judge Fleischer cocks his head sideways. "We're in my courtroom over 28 grams of marijuana, and you detained him for walking while black? No probable cause."
Oh, you talking about the guy in Harris County, right? And
he's a jerk sometimes, but he was like, "You came into my courtroom after stopping someone for walking someone while black over an ounce. Get out of my courtroom. No probable cause." I loved it.
But look, it ain't. And I'm gonna be honest. I got to give the judges more credit. It ain't that they jerks. It's just if you did it, you did it, right? But I have to give them credit too. Like you will have judges like that who will stand up and say, "Get out of here," and he one of them that really do it. But we don't play.
Oh, yeah, but he'll also revoke your bond if you like look at him the wrong way. So you got to know what you do not go into that. I don't even live in Texas, and I know I do not go into Judge Fleischer's courtroom unless you know exactly what you're dealing with.
Yeah, he'd be fancy dressed too.
I love the bow tie. He's great.
Yeah, he fit everything who he is. But yeah, it's crazy though. You're right. I'm telling y'all, Massachusetts, come to Texas and see if that would happen to Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, and Lindsay and Grant and everybody. See if that go on down here. See if they won't be on you like white on rice. They don't play down here. That's never happening like that.
There was a judge in Texas who was running for re-election. and he made fake posts on social media, like fake racist posts about himself. They raided his home and caught him like trying to hide evidence and charged him. A judge. That's how the Texas Rangers roll. Like, you do not want to play down there. And I think, I mean, in some sense, we're blessed up here, but like, I wouldn't survive in Texas. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm so outspoken. Like, I wouldn't make it. They'd come for me right away.
You think so?
The only thing that would save me is that I through my grampy met President Trump in 2008, so I could be like, President Trump, I'm just trying to help. I hate the commies. That's my only hope.
Nah, but yeah, but I'm with you though when you say we don't play down here and it's different. Like this in the South too, like it's different, but where I'm from in Texas, they don't play, right? They really don't. So do you have
so,
oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, if there's any more questions, no, if there's questions you have about like some of the timeline, there's a few other things I wanted to hit on about like
go ahead.
Higgins. Oh yeah, I really wanted to talk about, because I forgot it earlier, this Higgins thing. You remember when Turtle Boy randomly drove by Higgins' house and Higgins was ready with a camera? Oh, may have lost you, Ray, but
can you hear me?
Back in, yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was in like July of 2024, I want to say. Maybe, yeah, I think it was around then. And it's really weird because, Meredith encouraged the trip over to Higgins' house.
Ooh.
And Higgins was like ready to record it. And then even weirder, when I think Aiden and Meredith were at a house that like Meredith's parents let them use or something, that's when I think he ran into the Alberts and McCabe's on a beach.
Huh?
Just interesting. That same week that he saw Higgins, they were at, Meredith and Aiden were at a vacation house down the Cape that, again, Meredith's parents gave to Aiden and Meredith. And all of a sudden, the Alberts and McCabe's are on the beach and have an interaction with Aiden. Yeah, I think she was setting him up a lot. They were trying to get his bail revoked.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. That's the one thing that's different. Like in Texas and other states, I think they're way more like by the book, because as much as they're jerks, they have not jerks, but as much as they're enforcement, like they're big on enforcement, they have the tools under the law to do it. Like the law is very, very conservative in Texas. Here, all of our lawmakers are liberal. We have 40 senators, 37 are Democrats. We have 160 representatives, 155 are Democrats. The governor, a Democrat. The attorney general, a Democrat. The treasurer, a Democrat. The auditor, a Democrat. The comptroller, a Democrat. The OIG, a Democrat. Everybody's a Democrat. So the police are up there. They are outnumbered here, I promise you, and they don't have the statutory tools to do it. So what do you get? That's why this system is so abused up here, because it's a bunch of liberal like lawmakers who don't give cops the tools to go after people. Now, what we've seen, I'm kind of glad they don't have more tools, because they'd be worse. But because they don't have the tools, they fill the gaps with PIs, informants, whatever, and it's brutal. It's the most brutal form of investigation you can imagine, because it preys on your most sacred trust. That's what I want people to know about this. Like, this is an exercise in profiling people, manipulating them, understanding their psyche, using it against them, finding their family members, blackmail, extortion, anything you can imagine, lawfare, whatever it takes. There's no holds barred. That's what I'm really worried about. And that's only what we've seen so far.
Okay, and I got another question from the beautiful Dusty Rose, LA. She say, why would Meredith agree to help take down Turtle Boy?
Why would Robert Cosgrove go to bat for Brian Tully and Kate Peters so hard and Jen McCabe? Is it because Meredith has friends in Canton? Did Meredith actually have a job? Like, maybe she was at State Street for a while and then whatever. But like, what was she really doing? She was just randomly going to hearings all the time. Like, no, like I know the groups of people who go to those hearings. Like, you're in a niche when you go to those hearings. There's a reason.
Hey, real quick,
you
Grant,
go.
real quick. I want you to continue, but I just seen this. Jen/Fox. She asked, "Where can we send you?" They said, "Where can they send you money?" Can you put your stuff in the chat real quick?
Oh, that's very kind. I don't think I'm a mod, so I can't do it. But I can.
I mean, you
send.
could just type it, and I could just.
Yeah, so the Cash App is yeah, it's like money sign
type it.
Grant Smith
Just type
Ellis. Yeah, you guys are all very kind. And then all right, there you go, Ray. I threw it in the chat in the backstage.
All right, let me ask you something. I think you said earlier, how many words you could type a minute?
Oh, so I can type 200, but I took all my YouTube transcripts and I put them into an AI and I analyzed my speech. It's 280 to 300 words per minute, sustained over like 12 hours.
Excuse me, say that again.
So my speech, according to my YouTube transcripts, I speak 280 to 300 words per minute.
But what about typing?
I type 200 words a minute, but I speak 280 words a minute.
Damn, you really?
Yeah, I think most humans speak like 130 words per minute. Professional speakers speak like 180. So I can type every. What was that?
Did you type that in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the StreamYard private chat.
Oh no, put it in the regular chat so I can pin it up.
Oh, okay. It might not let me put the link, but I can put the Cash App in the Venmo.
Yeah, just do it right there. So
you got it.
Anybody, you know, if y'all.
But yeah, and like part of it is no one would do this work if not for money, to tie it back to Meredith. So why would, unless they know something about her past, unless she owes someone a favor, unless she's loyal to people in Canton, why would she just do this? No, it's the same reason that Kate Peter in that Chick-fil-A parking lot opened up that thank you card with $700 or $800 in front of me. Like, there was serious money on offer. These people are millionaires. And that's just the like private money. I think they were even like potentially like getting state money for some of this work. I don't know how it all played out, but I know it was big money. Like, you think Karen raised a lot of money? You think Aiden raised a lot of money? No, like these people have money.
Oh, I see. I did it in the wrong time. I know, I'm listening to you. Keep going.
And like, if you look into some of these people, like, I think it was Jen McCabe who retained Marty Kraft initially. Okay, like that family has money. I forget what kind of company Matt McCabe runs or whatever, but we're talking about people who have like homes, salaries, bank accounts, investment portfolios. 250,000 to them is like a lot, but is it going to bankrupt them? No. So yeah, you spread that money around. You could get someone like Meredith working for you. You could get someone like the Roccos working for you. Maybe you don't even need to pay them all. Maybe some of them just want the attention. Maybe you pay some of them like through access, through favors, through like certain things not getting charged, like through immunity deals. Like, there's all sorts of ways. Like, oh, you want to be in our documentary? Like, we need some people from the other side. What about you, Rita? You want to be in our Netflix documentary? Just feed us a little information.
Oh my. Great. What's I said, like, what's going on?
There's no loyalty. I love it, Ray. There's no loyalty among operatives. Like, you got to think like E. Howard Hunt, G. Gordon Liddy, like Frank Sturgis, the guys involved in Watergate. You got to think like them. There's no loyalty. Your wife's a problem. Okay, plane crash. Like, that's how you have to think, or none of this will make sense.
Somebody asked, what about Lindsay then?
Unwitting honeypot. Like someone who perfectly fit the profile of, oh, God bless the person that just blessed me with a donation. Thank you for that.
Let's turn them up. Hold on, let's turn them up then real quick for supporting Grant.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong.
Love it.
Who was that from?
It was from Jennifer. So God bless you,
Shout out to
Jennifer.
Jennifer. Thank you for supporting the great Grant Smith Ellis. He definitely appreciate that. I apologize, and I had to turn you up when you saw me that.
Yeah, but let's talk about an unwitting honeypot. So think about Aiden, okay? And he's very open about this. I think he's proud of this. Aiden, like women like to talk to Aiden. Okay, Aiden likes to talk to women. That means that people who enter Aiden's orbit like become vehicles for like to use against him. Lindsay, I think, was an unwitting honeypot. What I mean by that is Lindsay fit the profile of someone that Aiden would be involved in. All therefore Tully and Kate and the people around them had to do was get Lindsay to put Aiden in a situation without Lindsay or Aiden realizing that would let Tully take advantage of it. It's called a bump. Now, the difference is, and what made this so unique, is that Lindsay wasn't brought in on it. And I think I said this before. The difference between wrestling and boxing is that in boxing, like Sonny Liston versus Ali 2 up in Lewiston, Maine, Ali didn't know that was a work. That's why he looked at Liston like, you bastard, because Liston threw it for the mob. The wrestling, both parties know it was a work. So in Lindsay's situation, Tully and Kate knew it was a work to bait Aiden. Lindsay didn't. That's why you had this really chaotic situation on December 23rd, where basically Tully gave Lindsay a subpoena as a bump so that Aiden would react, go to Lindsay's, and then Tully could take advantage of whatever the fuck happened. He didn't know what was going to happen. Now, you want to talk about fucking grotesque? That means Tully willingly put Lindsay in that situation so that Aiden could like have stuff used against him. That's horrifying. Lindsay didn't even know. That's horrifying.
Well, that's fucked up. That's what that is. That's
and they
what
turned him
fucked up
against
shit.
each other. They turned him against each other too. They made Aiden angry at Lindsay. They made Lindsay angry at Aiden. Tully was like telling Lindsay, like, hey, did you know Aiden showed up with a girl at court today? After like Aiden and Lindsay broke up, Lindsay was like, why should I care? And then Kate was apparently telling Tully, like, bro, you got to treat her more gently. And then Tully tried to like change his tone. Like, what is this your first day on the job? Like, what are you just not used to a woman who's smarter than you? That's what I think a lot of these people don't understand. I'm not like judging. Don't underestimate men, but in particular, don't underestimate a woman just because she's a woman, because eventually you're going to find someone who's smarter than you and they're going to fucking ruin you.
Hold up. No, I'm sorry. He just told the truth. Hold up. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Hey, I got to turn you up for that, because I tell people like this every day, and I mean this. Women are the strongest people on this earth, y'all better stop playing. Let me turn up for you just saying that, for the beautiful women.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. Yes, I want to make it. I'm a $1 million baby.
Yo, you gotta chill, man.
I think that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But continue though.
No, I got a real-time example for you. So let's flash forward to February 26, 2024. The infamous day that Lindsay goes to court, right? And Aiden, 3 days after he had gotten out of jail, he goes to court for the first time and he has to leave. Let's read what Lindsay posted at 3:15 p.m., so 2 hours and 3 minutes ago on today, which is Saturday, January 3rd, 2026.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Quote, when I was in 5th grade, a friend and I performed a rehearsed dance and lip synced to the song Ironic by Alanis Morissette for our school talent show. All right, where are you going with this one, Lindsay? Let's talk about irony for a second. All right, I love it. That's called a hook. Kate Peter lied to me about Paul and Peggy O'Keefe wanting me to attend the Karen Reed hearing on February 26, 2024 to show their solidarity with me. This was later proven to be false. It was a lie that Kate Peter created in order to entice me to attend the hearing so that Jen McCabe would be protected and Aiden wouldn't be able to approach her in public with embarrassing questions, since Jen McCabe's own attempt at an HPO against Aiden had failed when she asked a judge if he could make Aiden stop writing about her. Quote, Lindsay, although my attendance at the hearing led to an RO violation against Aiden, providing Kate what she wanted in the fleeting moment, in the long run, it was this very concocted incident by Kate Peter that ultimately led to Aiden being acquitted of this charge and contributed significantly to my RO against Aiden not being renewed, which ultimately led to me voicing the truth about Kate Peter, Jen McCabe, Brian Tully, and the corruption within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Massachusetts State Police that I personally witnessed, which ultimately led to Aiden and I being in contact again, which led to me in turn potentially being a witness for Aiden's defense. Isn't it ironic? And just so you understand what she's saying there, she's saying that on 2/26/2024, in the lead up to that hearing, Kate went to Lindsay and said, hey, the O'Keefes want you to come to this hearing to show support for you. And Lindsay, of course, said, that's an honor. Like, I'd love to show support for them, and I'm honored they want to support me. Wouldn't anyone? Are you going to turn down Miss Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe? I don't care if you love or hate them. That's like the most honor. That's like the biggest like honor you could do them if they want to show support for you. So she's like, of course I'll go. Meanwhile, Kate goes to Paul O'Keefe and says, hey, Paul, Lindsay wants to come to court to show support for you. Paul, being a nice guy, is like, okay, why not? Like, that's very nice of her. We'll make room. So Paul is thinking Lindsay wants to support the O'Keefes. Lindsay's thinking the O'Keefes want to show support for Lindsay. Nope. What's the reality? Who walks in with Lindsay that day? Jen McCabe. And Kate Peter called me at 1:15 p.m. that day. The hearing was at 2 p.m. I'll never forget it. And Kate told me, hey, I was there. I filmed this all. There's my video of this day of Jen McCabe and Lindsay walking in together, Jen like on Lindsay's arm. I remember Kate calling me and being like, hey, they're going to get there at 1:30. All the other witnesses were already there. It was Jen McCabe who got there at 1:30. Kate wanted to make sure that Lindsay and Jen McCabe arrived at a similar time so that Lindsay would walk in with Jen. Nobody knew it in the moment, but the reality is that Kate was doing this the whole time. That was just another example. The release of Lindsay's phone, the situation on December 23rd, 2023, all different examples of Lindsay being manipulated by Kate and Tully into being an unwitting honeypot to benefit Jen McCabe at Lindsay's expense and to put her in dangerous situations that compromised, quote unquote, her integrity, because Kate was then able to make it look like to the turtle riders, oh, Lindsay was the one doing all this. She was setting this up. No, bullshit. It was Kate, and Lindsay was unwitting and being manipulated. That's why Lindsay's now exposing it all. Lindsay couldn't see it in the moment. That's part of how Kate's tricks work. She doesn't let you see what's happening because she'll come to you, pretend like she's your best friend, when in reality, she's ruining your life, coming to you and saying, hey, let me help you fix this chaos. She's the cause of it. It's dangerous.
Oh my. Oh wait. Man. Oh, real quick though. Shout out to Jen. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some Jen/Fox in it. Thank you for turning me up. Turn up.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. 'Cause I wanna make it. I'm a $1,000,000 baby.
Yo, you gotta chill, man.
Walk this walk. Walk this walk. Walk this walk. Turn up. Oh, hold up real quick. Anyway, we're at our 2 hour. How long I got you?
Oh, you got me as long as we have questions. I'm in a good mood. And we got to do it again, Ray. Leah M. from Ray from Dallas chat. Thank you for blessing me. I'm very grateful and I'm happy speaking the truth.
Hold up there. Let's turn up again.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. 'Cause I wanna make it. I'm a $1,000,000 baby.
Yo, you gotta chill, man. There you go. Where's Ray? Did we lose Ray? I'm here.
Mr.
There you are, Ray.
Mr. Operator. I'm sorry, Greg. Greg, now you are formally introduced.
No, we lost him again. We have telecommunication interference. It's clearly Brian Tully. I see you out there, Brian Tully.
Lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie.
Around in the club. Tell them when I get time I might come through, but I can't. I gotta keep moving. My girl, she waiting. I don't wanna be foolish. I got big things going on, and I ain't trying to lose it. I can't stay. At the house, I know that you waited on me with a big smile face, yeah. Looking real good, smelling all nice and sweet. She know I'm out on the road. I'm doing my music thing. She know the temptation. She know I'm only just a man. But I, hey. People may do when they really want to, but I found me a good thing. Won't let that get in my way. I tell them when I get time I might come through, but I can't make you long.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my god, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and baby he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Lie, niggas lie, bitches 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 lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get unplug a niggas Texas. Texas shit. Smoking on Shikari brunch mixed with Obama, that's the presidential shit. Type of bag a nigga really want, most wouldn't know what to do with it. Really had to get it out the mud. Really had to get it out the dirt. With no love or no handouts, nigga really had to go and put in work. Praying packs in the mail, making home. Shout out niggas with the pizza carry on. Nigga out here doing all that capping, but you color show when that pressure's on. Hustle hard with the best of them. He a roach, nigga step on him. Dallas Tech, what I rep on him. Hadn't did it for me, gotta flex on him. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get a plug of niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie. Lie, niggas lie, bitches lie.
We had a little operator error, but y'all, 2 more minutes and we be right back. Hey, Grant, I do appreciate you. I do apologize. We just had a little something happen. You know, my people know how I'm coming, but we'll be back in 2 minutes, all right?
Sounds good, Ray.
Yep.
Tell me when I get time, I might come through, but I can't. I gotta keep moving. My girl, she waiting. I don't wanna be foolish. I got big things going on, and I ain't trying to lose it. I can't stay. I can't stay. I can't stay. At the house, I know that you waited on me. With a kiss on the face, girl, looking real good, smelling all nice and sweet. She know I'm out on the road, I'm doing my music thing. She know the temptation, she know I'm only just a man. But I, hey, 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 hey. People may do when they really want to. But I found me a good thing. Won't let that get in my way. I tell them when I get time I might come through, but I can't.
Man, we back. Let's take that walk. We take that walk. Y'all see how me and Greg Smith Ellis coming? Y'all see how we coming and look. Man, this been great. Man, I tell you how great that guy is. I mean, hey, I like how he coming. And if you don't, guess what?
It doesn't matter what you think.
Hold up. I said, I like how he coming. And if you don't like how he coming, guess what?
It doesn't matter what you think.
Man, hold up. That's how we coming, Grant. Man, so what were we at before we went to break? Before I had Mr. Operator Arrow going on.
Oh, let's see. So we were talking about Meredith O'Neill and her connection to Canton. So, you know, and just
look, this is what I want to get back to real quick. Yeah, speaking of that,
right.
I mean, you said she had, you said something about the police earlier.
Yeah, and I just want to preface this because I've seen a lot of discussion going around. And listen, I think I maybe have interacted with Meredith like 3 times. Like, I do not talk to her. She has me blocked on Twitter, but I just want to say this as a preface. I don't really like personalities, like, which means like going at someone as a person. I don't think it's really helpful. I encourage people not to do that. And I want to be clear, my critiques of Meredith, notwithstanding her past, just like anyone's past, have nothing to do with her as a person. If you see my style, I just want to be clear about this. Not that anyone even brought this up. I just have wanted to talk about this. I have no interest in going at people as people. If I'm covering something, it's because I'm interested in their connections in the regards to my understanding of how the government is functioning so I can petition that government to reform it. So I want to lay that down. If you're not in it for that reason, I encourage you to try to reframe, not you, Ray, but people listening, your approach to understanding this. Remove the person and understand what the person was doing, who they know, and why they were doing it. And then we can really get somewhere. So yeah, about your question about her and the cops, Ray, I think it's a big issue. Someone asked who was her ex-boyfriend. We don't have to talk about his name. His name is out there, but that's not relevant. The cop's name that he apparently knew, this is according to Ida Lee on X, is James Galanis with the Canton PD. So it's less about like who that guy is, who her ex is, and more, why would Meredith know people in Canton for decades? That's weird. That doesn't just happen. Why would she never talk about it? It's like jazz. You got to look for the blank space. See, that's a T Swift reference, Meredith. You know, I found the blank space and I wrote your name. You like that? But anyway, the point is, the point is that's the insight here. You got to look for what's not being said. Why wouldn't Meredith talk about her connection to Canton? Why wouldn't she talk about this Canton cop? Like, I bet she never told Aiden any of that. Why? Because that's what a mole does. They obfuscate and change names, change history, wipe records. It doesn't work if Aiden sees it coming. Even right now, like, I think, I don't talk to Aiden, but I'm pretty sure even like right now, he's finally being like, oh goodness, like Grant's probably right about this. But in the moment, would you believe me? No, you'd be like, no, Meredith, like the girl who was my girlfriend is not a mole, Grant. You're out of your fucking mind. No, I'm not. I just see it more clearly than you because I'm removed from the situation. I'm right. You should listen to me. That's what I most of the time tell people.
Yeah, because she was one of Cat 9, like the beautiful law girl, not attorney's podcast said, right?
Yep, her and the Roccos. And they never caught charges for that. It did go to a magistrate, but they never got anything. And by the way, don't forget, Natalie got immunity from Ken Mello. Like, they were dishing that shit out like candy. It's very easy to protect these people. All you have to do is just be like, you go to the magistrate at a private hearing and you're like, hey, like wink and a nod, no charges. Or like, hey, like this is an informant, please don't charge them. Or they have secret immunity, please don't charge them. It's not that hard. It happens every day.
Oh man.
So that's the risky part because it was years. Like I don't know how to explain this. I think it's important we talk about this because this is not if any
go
of this
ahead, hold on, look, this is what I'm finna do right here. Because like Grant, this is vital. And like the beautiful Mo underscore, and she told me a while ago, hey, you know, and I respect my people. They said, hey, just when you at your little opera there, well, you know, like whoop-de-whoop. And I respect that. So I'm finna do this right here for you. So you can talk about this. I'm still here and I'm gonna still talk, but I wanna make you the main floor. Go
That's
ahead.
all right. You just do your thing, Ray. I just thank you. But yeah, the reason I wanted to talk about it is it's if you study, I'm not revealing anything that's classified. And if I knew stuff that was classified, I wouldn't tell you anyway, but I'm not telling you anything that's classified. If you read declassified intelligence files, none of this is secret. Okay. Yes, it's not about this case because it's real time, but you have to study intelligence with like a 50-year lag because that's how long it takes for this stuff to get declassified. Everyone has to die basically, and then they'll declassify stuff about an operation. Every single like informant ever, dating back to when the country first started using them in the 1920s, when like we were allies with the communists, but we were infiltrating them because there was a divide in the Communist Party in the 1920s between Stalin and Trotsky after Lenin died. And Stalin was like very radical. And we in the US tried to support, they were called Lovestonites. We tried to support via our government Trotsky, and it didn't work, and Stalin won. And when Stalin won, there was something called the purge. They like purged the white communists, not skin color. Like red communists and white communists were just like the colors they wore in the Civil War. They purged all of the Trotsky followers, and that caused America to have a problem because our trade unions in the 30s, like SEIU and the very early AFL-CIO, the American Federation of Labor, et cetera, et cetera. All of this stuff was getting infiltrated by communists. And so what the government needed to do was send capitalists into the trade unions to hunt communists. That's where the use of informants really started. The FBI did not exist back then, really. I think the FBI didn't really become a thing until like the 40s, 50s. Hoover was the first director. When the FBI started, all they really did was take what the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, and the Navy intelligence and whatever were doing and adapt it. So informants have been around forever. They're mostly used for like drug cases, mafia cases, like arms trafficking, national security, like stuff like that. It's not very common, wasn't very common for a long time on the local level until the 80s and 90s, when we got these like unified command intelligence centers. And then after 9/11, they became way more intense. And because the whole system became intertwined, state police, local police, everybody started learning how to deploy informants. This is the same playbook every single agency has used since the 1960s. The only reason people don't see it is, how many people out there do you know who are just talking about how this system functions? They're not, because it's meant to function clandestinely. If you were just on guard all the time for informants, none of them would ever work. And ironically, you know who was an undercover ATF agent?
Who was that? Oh yeah, Brian Higgins. Yeah.
So when people are like, why did Higgins go to the military base? Excuse me, have you ever watched the movie Donnie Brasco? Do you know what happened to the people who gave Donnie Brasco his button, the federal informant? They were not long for this world. And the family, I think it was the Bonanos that let him in, kicked off the commission. So that's why he destroyed his phone. He would have compromised 20 years worth of investigations. And so and by the way, when I went to the trial, the men in suits, it was actually one woman and one man, they guarded him like he was a protected federal witness. You were not getting within like 10 feet of him at that trial. That's how I knew the DOJ approved him getting rid of that phone.
Real quick, a cool question for one of my beautiful people here, Mo. I think she took the underscore. Mo underscore S. She said, Grant, where is Higgins now?
My guess is there's a rule when you're undercover, because it's such a risky job, they probably protect you for life. So I think he doesn't have to work, and he will not, it's not like a public record, but he's just the federal government will take care of him for all his years of service. He put his life on the line. He probably went into like really dangerous like motorcycle clubs. Like, look at the dude, like he fits the profile. I bet like they exfiltrated him. The word is called exfiltration. When they take an informant out of an op, everyone knows he's an informant now. He cannot walk around on the street. That's why I keep telling people, I don't know if I've said this explicitly. Yes, some of these people, like, I get you want to ask them questions, you want to talk to them, but like, understand who they are. And like, Brian Higgins is not acting weird because he did anything wrong, although I'm pretty sure he probably knows about some of the Sandra Birchmore stuff. He's not acting weird because he did anything wrong. He's acting weird because you might be some dude with a shotgun from the fucking Hells Angels in Taunton who's there to kill him. He cannot, you can't just go up to him. That's what I've been trying to tell people.
But then the picture just surf of him somewhere. I think I seen a picture.
Yeah, but they won't do that. So there is, all right, you can
break it down. Greg, floor is yours.
No, I want to tread carefully, because even though I've read about some of this stuff in the files, I don't really my loyalty is to my country first, and I'm not going to say anything that would compromise operational security. But look up Joseph the Animal Barbosa. He was one of the first people to flip and testify. The Valachi hearings in 56 were actually the first. He got knocked too. But Joseph the Animal Barbosa, infamous. And he actually has a connection to Bolger, because I think that Freddie Gaius or something, the guy who killed Bolger, was one, either him or his brother went and killed Joseph the Animal Barbosa. They put him in WITSEC, Barbosa, after he cooperated, and they moved him. They took him out to California, and he was in a motel parking lot, and they found him, and they drew down on him, and they shot him. So I'm not saying that anything like that might, I don't have any reason to believe that Brian Higgins would be targeted like that. However, that's on their mind. You are not you, but the random Free Karen Reed person or Turtle Boy fan who approaches Brian Higgins at a bar might not be a random Turtle Boy fan. So they have to approach every interaction like you are a threat. Like, that's why they're worried. I think about Higgins in particular. And they can't talk about it. Yes, it's out there, but they can't go around being like, please don't approach Brian Higgins because he's protected. Okay, that's like a giant spotlight on him that somebody will find him. He's got to get out of this area, but wherever he is, I bet he is guarded. I bet that even if it's soft, there's a difference between hard and soft security. Even if it's soft, if you did anything to him, I'm pretty sure there's a rapid reaction force that would be on you in 5 minutes. He's a regular guy. He needs to be able to walk around, but he's never going to live a regular life ever again because his cover got blown because he made a stupid decision by doing what he did with Karen Reed. Forget what happened with John's death. He exposed himself because he hooked up with Karen. And so I do think he got scolded for that internally, but they'll still take care of him for life. And we shouldn't bother him.
What they were saying, I think that was the beautiful and only Mary B. She said, then why did he get testifying? I think saying get on national television then.
Yeah, and I think that is why the Fed showed up with him. There's rules about witnesses. Karen had a right to call him. Absolutely. She had a right to call him. And the state had to call him too, because he was there that night. He's a percipient fact witness to a death. He blew his own cover. He can blame Karen all he wants. He blew his own cover and he violated a bunch of DOJ regulations. And I am sure that there was some internal punishment. We'll never hear about it, but this is not like Proctor getting suspended. In the world of undercover agents, you don't get a letter. They're just going to reprimand you internally. And that's what I think happened. But they'll protect him. They need to. He served his country. It's a very, very risky job.
So do you think everybody will be protected? I ain't talking about that Tully or them. I'm talking about who was at that house.
No, Higgins is the only one that's going to get that treatment because he's the only federal agent. The rest of them, their issue is not just that they were at the house. It's how they reacted. They reacted like people with something to hide. And it wasn't even about John, I don't think. It was that this was a social circle you weren't supposed to talk about. You can know about it. It's like Vinny the Chin Gigante, right? You didn't say the Chin's name. You just rubbed your chin to refer to him. You were supposed to know about this, but not talk about it. That's why they freaked out. It was a very tight-knit social circle of some powerful people, and they reacted very badly. I think they tried to pressure Karen Reed from what I'm reading. I don't know if this is true. I think what happened was the Norfolk DA realized this was going to be a clusterfuck when Karen got Yannetti and Jackson. The Norfolk DA was probably she's going to go to war with us and she's going to figure this all out. We can't have this happen. Remember, Birchmore wasn't even on the radar. No Birchmore civil suit at that point, no federal investigation yet that they know about. So they're like, fuck, we got to deal with this girl. Yeah, all right. Well, what do you got on the other side? You got the law enforcement lobby in Massachusetts who has a cop dead on a lawn and wants justice, and you have John's family saying, no, you cannot plea her out. So there you go.
Another question, beautiful Mo _ and she says, so if they protecting him, then who is he going to write on? What's the benefit for the feds protecting him?
his service to the country. When you I think a lot of people think of undercover work as like glamorous. It's not. Like think about the case in the early 90s in the Taunton area. It's public. You have to spend like 5 years. They have to build up, like, let's use a motorcycle club as an example. This is all in the court documents. You have to go from, what is it, like a fucking, I don't know the terminology, and I don't want to. It's not my world, and it's not my business. The only reason I care is to explain how these ops work. You have to go from like someone who hanger on or something. You have to go from that to like a member. You have to get jumped in, and then you have to get like patched, like, and then you have to go up in the patch like order, and then you have to like, then you're a chapter president, then you're like a regional president, then you're a national president. Even if you don't rise all those ranks, to be an informant, you have to like be around all these people. You have to earn your keep. The reason that informants don't get in these organizations is they build a very good screening process. So in terms of like, why would they go to bat for him, it's because the nature of the job is that you're committing for life to like being at risk. Like when you join that, I'm sure they tell you, listen, we're going to do this. You're going to have like a FBI agent, a state police detective, a local cop, an AUSA, like on a task force with you. But when you're in that basement with a wire alone, if they find you, we cannot get to you. They're going to kill you. You have to sign off on that, and you have to sign off on for the rest of your life. You are going to be exposed to, like, if they find out, they're going to kill you. Like, yeah, they'll protect you, and that's what's happening with Higgins. Like, all those people from his past life have a very real motive to hurt him. That's why I'm sure the DOJ had to navigate this so gently. Like, Karen, why are you calling this guy? Okay, we have no option. It's not about even Karen and Higgins talking in January. He was at the house. We have to call him. Oh, fuck, you have to call our undercover agent. Everyone's going to know. We have to pull him out of his operations. We're going to fuck up like 20 investigations. Yeah, we got to do it, though. He's a recipient fact witness. She has a right to call him. Like, that was the conversation, I assure you.
And she said they not protecting him, and I'm going to put this in perspective because she said two things. She said they're not protecting him because he's a veteran. They protecting him because they got something he needs. And then let me read the other thing. She said, because you see how the country treats veterans. It's not that they're doing it for the service of the country. She basically saying it's something that they need from him.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean he was serving the country as a military member, although he might have been in the military. I'm talking about he was an undercover agent. Being an undercover, there's two different terms, asset and agent. An asset is someone who is like a contractor that is working their regular life and feeds you information on the side. An agent, an undercover agent, is like the most serious form of domestic surveillance that anyone can deploy. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have to build a cover identity. Yes, he was a special agent. No, that's no, Mo, I want to be clear. All right. Okay. I want to talk about this. So I need to give you some context. The United States has a few primary drug trafficking and arms trafficking corridors. The biggest one is California through Illinois, the middle route, or through Montana, the northern route, or whatever the fuck, to get to the East Coast. What you want to do is get to New York, and then all goes from there. Like, it'll go to Florida, come up to New York, whatever. But the reason that New York's relevant is, what is between New York and Montreal? Rhode Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Boston, Maine, and Vermont, and New Hampshire. Okay, what highway happens to run right the fuck up that pipeline? 128 or I-95. Canton is right at the junction of like 24, 95, 93. It is the primary drug trafficking corridor in the Northeast. That road right there. That is why he was working at the Canton Police Department. It was a joint task force that is probably one of the most active in the entire New England region. You don't bust people coming around the turn in Providence. If you're going to bust him, you catch him coming up 128 at the junction, at the turn there with 93 with a split, or you catch him coming up 24, heading up to Boston on 93. Canton's right there. That's why he was in Canton, in my opinion. And yes, he was that serious of an undercover ATF agent.
Damn. So what do you think about CJ? So who do you think? I mean, allegedly, if it was Higgins, you think that the feds can put that aside to further whatever their investigation is?
No, I think there are two different things. I think it wasn't that Higgins felt guilty that Karen was like, hey, John cheated on me in Aruba. Like, that didn't happen. John hugged Marietta Sullivan, okay, as far as I know. But I heard maybe she found him in a bed with her, but I have nothing to confirm that. And until somebody shows me something other than rumor, I don't believe that. I think John just hugged her. Anyway, Higgins felt guilty. He wasn't mad at John. What we have to think about is something way more sinister. Why did Brian Higgins drive from C.F. McCarthy's, or the Waterfall, that was the second bar, to Brian Albert's house? Get there first when the only people that were there when he arrived to plow the driveway were children, were kids. Julie Nagel, Brian Albert Jr., etc. Why? To eat birthday cake? That's the most bullshit part of this whole fucking story, that they were going there at 12:30 in the morning to eat birthday cake. Ray, if you're at a bar and Jen McCabe comes up to you and is like, bro, you want to come eat some birthday cake? It's 12:30 in the morning. We're going to go celebrate an 18-year-old's birthday for an after party. You really think cake? What the fuck? Like, no, bro, I'm not going to go have birthday cake at 12:30 in the morning. That's the most unbelievable part of the story, why they were at that house. That's why the whole thing is hush hush. Like, you don't think Karen, there is a voicemail at 12:37 a.m., 5 minutes after Karen leaves Fairview, where she calls John a pervert. Pervert? She had never said that in the text before. She wasn't accusing him of anything in like the morning of the 28th. I've read all those texts. No, John was probably like, hey, how did I put it before? I think Jen McCabe, who Karen didn't really know, they only knew each other because Jen McCabe was like a basketball coach, and I think John's niece and nephew like knew somebody. It was very like loose connection. I think Karen had never been invited to Jen McCabe's. I think Jen knew Karen and John's relationship was breaking down and was like, hey, like, why don't you just come over to our party? Like, try something a little different. And I think Karen, for all the shit people talk about, what Karen and John were talking about on that ride over, you want to know what I think they were really talking about? Whether they wanted to go into that environment, whether it was drugs, sex, whatever the fuck. Karen was probably like, dude, I am like a 40-year-old woman in finance. I'm not going in there. John was like, if I had to guess, like, come on, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, different lifestyles. Like, what if it's a spark? This is hypothetically. Karen's going to be, I think she eventually like yells at him and is like, fuck you. You go in there. Like, if you want to do that, like, we're done. And, you know, whatever happens next happens. And then she gets home and calls him and is like, you're a pervert. Like, that's the most, it's sad. And it's why nobody wants to talk about it, because it's not pretty. But that's life. Like, we are not all like suits and ties at a Christmas party pretending that we're professionals. Come on. Like, everybody has their own life, and none of it is flowers and roses and what we present. And that's the dichotomy. That's why Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts were like, fuck, this is going to be a movie. Like, fuck, what if it gets told in a way that like makes us look bad? All right, well, now it makes more sense.
They was talking about that movie and who they thought should play them. That's sad right there.
It was never about John, as sad as it is. And the question of how he got on that lawn, what happened to him in his last moments, nobody's ever going to know, because it was never about John. The people in the house didn't care about John. Maybe one or two of them did. The people, Karen, I don't even think Karen really did. I think the unfortunate reality is that like it was a very bad situation that exposed like some very dark stuff about humanity. And then both sides were like, fuck, like, what do we do? And by the way, listen, you want to know my real thoughts on Karen Reed? The most brilliant criminal defendant in the history of the United States of America. Aiden's very savvy at PR, but he's not as smart as Karen. And Karen dated cops. And never in my life, never. David Dunetti must think she's a fucking genius. And same with Alan. I've heard of like clients in the legal world saying to cops, like, I won't answer your questions. And then lawyers like hugging them and being like, you are the greatest client ever. Karen Reed built artificial reasonable doubt in 5 hours. Alan Jackson didn't save Karen Reed. David Dunetti didn't save Karen Reed. Karen Reed saved Karen Reed. She moved perfectly between 12:37 a.m. and 5:35 a.m. when she got to Jen McCabe's. She moved fucking perfectly.
But they did have to go in there. But they still had to go in there and prove it, though.
That's exactly what she was thinking. That's why she's a genius. Now that it's all said and done, and I've hinted at this before, and that's why she's a genius. She knew in that moment how to make sure her movements had no possible evidentiary foundation. She slipped up a little bit because, and I know this fact pattern really well, she left John's house at 5:07, and she was really fucking smart. She not only got rid of the ring videos between 12:37 and 5:07 that morning, and there's no evidence where they went or who got rid of them, which is genius. She must have known how to not leave a record, like an incognito tab or something. But anyway, she left John's house at 5:07. The only thing she didn't anticipate, and even this didn't get her, I don't know how, she must have turned her phone into airplane mode or something. She got caught on the camera at 5:11 a.m. heading towards Canton Center. And I know this route because I drive it a lot. I drove it a lot over the summer of 2024. She goes out the other side of Canton Center, heading towards Fairview, and gets caught on the camera at 5:18. And then the next time she shows up somewhere is 5:35 at Jen McCabe's house. Well, that 17 or whatever minute window is just enough time to go to Fairview. So she set Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts up. She's a genius.
Oh, wow. What do you think about that? Ron Nagel didn't just pick up Julie, and then Julie said, never mind, give me a break.
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you think?
How do I speak generally about this? What? Why do you drive somewhere at 12:45 in the morning and stop and then drop something off and leave? I don't know. Maybe he wanted to drop off more birthday cake. I think these people just really fucking love birthday cake. You know what I'm saying?
It's unbelievable, though, right?
It's not. It's what every human being does on the weekend who thinks they're still in high school. Now, why they were mixing. Now, you heard the story about Julie Nagel grabbing Lindsay's ass and like make a move on her. And like, who cares? Like, I don't care about people's sexuality. Do whatever the fuck you want. But like a room full of people at Jen McCabe's sister's house, old people, young people, they're watching her do this on a Yeti cooler to Lindsay, and no one except Colin Albert has a problem with it. And then they're worried that Colin Albert's going to say something to Lindsay. All right, these people are into some shit, which is their right. Like, who cares what they do in their private life? The weird thing about it is how fucking vicious they are when you figure it out, which means it's not just about that. It's this like wider culture. And I've talked about this before. No one should be surprised about this concept of like how it all plays out. Okay, this is very, very, very common in the sense that this is very, very common. I have to respond to this in a second, but this is very common in the sense that in the 40s in the Air Force, okay. Ray, have you ever looked into, I don't know if you ever had any family that served, but my grandfather's in the Navy. So I was really interested in like World War II, all right, because he served in a ship on Boston Harbor. He ended up getting really sick, but whatever. He serving in the Navy. And so I started researching the Air Force. And when we first started flying planes, we had a rate of death in the Air Force of like 44%. Now, the classic adage is that what was happening was our planes were coming back and we were looking at the bullet holes in those planes and reinforcing the areas where the bullet holes were in the planes. Okay, that was stupid because those were the planes that were coming back. What we needed to do is be reinforcing the areas that didn't have bullet holes, because that means those were the areas being hit on the planes that went down. Until we figured that out, we lost like 40% of our pilots on the regular, like every day. So what that meant is if you were in the Air Force and you had a family, you knew 4 out of 10 chance that you were not coming home. What are you going to do? Leave them on a military pension? I mean, I know we take care of our veterans, but your family's not going to survive. You want that was your wife just going to go out there and find some like random guy who might like abuse her? No, you're going to find other people in that high rate of death profession and make sure if something happens to you, your family is taken care of. That's where communal families started. Any profession with a high rate of death, cops, undercover agents, the military, you're going to find communal families. That's the very generous way of putting it.
What do you have people who get on her in the chats and say they don't believe any of this? What do you say to them?
It's not a question of belief. There's what we all have our opinions on, and then there's the factual record. So any piece of evidence or testimony should be taken as one piece of a larger factual record. You cannot tell any story from one perspective or based on one piece of information. You have to know the facts, but you have to know all of them. Robert McNamara, in his classic book, The Fog of War, about the Vietnam War, said, there's what you know, there's what you don't know, and there's what you don't know you don't know. And the people who really get it recognize and have enough humility to understand what all three of those categories look like, and they try to figure out what they don't know. So that's my answer. If you don't believe it, think about who's talking to you and why they're saying it. Is my goal to manipulate you or to empower you to understand any piece of information that comes at you? If I'm doing that, I probably am coming from a place of that myself. And therefore, if I'm saying it, I spent a lot of time to learn it. I can't tell you how many hours. It wasn't on purpose. I didn't think of it this way, but thousands of hours. I don't know, meeting with these people, living this, driving these areas, going to the cases, studying the documents. So it's not just an opinion. It's a perspective on a multi-year factual record that requires this level of nuance. I'd be frustrated if we were trying to analyze any of this in a vacuum. That's why I like Ray's show. We can talk about it all and you can come to a conclusion. I don't want to teach you what to think. I want to teach you how to think.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Because a lot of people saying this in there, did you think Karen Reed was guilty?
I've always said, and even when I was, and David Dinetti made a very nice comment on social media the other day about me, but I've always felt, even when I was very vociferous against the Karen Reed defense, and I didn't give them a fair shake, which is my burden to bear, because I would have seen this whole puzzle earlier, ironically. Funny enough, with Lindsay's post. I never felt that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe on purpose. I never felt that she was like, I'm going to murder this man. And so because of that, I always came from the perspective that the foreperson of the second trial ended up taking, which is that Karen was overcharged. Like the elements of malice second degree murder technically look a lot like manslaughter, but this was at best an OUI manslaughter case. And where it all went wrong is it got very personal, very quickly. And then Karen, perhaps rightfully, perhaps wrongfully, was like, wait a minute, like these people are going to like try to put me in jail for life. They're being unreasonable. Why are they doing this? And I bet she couldn't figure it out. And then she was like, oh, this is very personal. I need to combat this. And that's where Turtle Boy came in. Like they figured, all right, if she's going to do this to us, we got to figure out what their secrets are. And so there you go. It became this like very vindictive sort of like, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Oh, well, you found this about me. I'm going to find this about you. Matt McCabe was right, but it was when he first said in that text, if she just takes a plea, it'll be fine. But if she fights it, it'll be an incident. He just got it wrong. It was if they pushed too hard against Karen, they were going to lose everything. And that's what happened. That's the story of this.
So I didn't know if you. So you said yes or no. Did you?
Well,
did
it's a split question because I was answering and
I mean,
saying
like,
I think,
to each his own. I'm just, I just want to.
well, no, I was saying, no, sure. I was saying I think that she was overcharged, so therefore, like because she didn't intentionally like try to hit him, in my opinion, like that specific form of charge was inappropriate. That's really what I think people struggle with, this idea that it wasn't what she did, it was how they charged her that I take issue with. Now, I of course like feel very sad for John's family and the fact that John died, but I think the investigators screwed the case up. So it's like my critique of the investigation is what I think drives me to feel that the prosecution was wrong. It's not what Karen did or didn't do, it's how the investigators acted.
And like I say, to each his own, right? If people feel how they feel, I'm not gonna judge a person off that. No, but so you think she hit him?
I think that there is a more than 40% chance that in the heat of the moment, she backed that car up, and just like she said to Aiden in text, it was possible, and she thought it too, that she like made contact with him because he was running back towards the car. If that's the case, okay, the only reason she probably couldn't say that is because she was drunk. So it's not like a simple thing, it's a serious thing. So I think that's why this all played out the way that it did. It was just an unfortunate series of events, and everyone had something to hide.
Well, hey, here's your honest thought on that. I want to know the science, and like I say, Grant, the science, we're just gonna, we're gonna move on from that. But when you look going forward with everything that's going on now, do you think it will stop? It will come to a close to where everyone who was involved, I know you spoke on Higgins, he's going to be protected, but do you think everyone else is?
I think it comes down to how the next few months play out. Why put so much effort right now if you're the Kate Peter and Brian Tully people into dividing Aiden and Karen? Why is that so important? That's a big question. If Aiden and Karen remain united, which is kind of where they're going, I don't know how either of them think about this, but I'm pretty sure they're both figuring this out, that the divide between them was artificial. So if they're both figuring that out, then I see this resolving one way. If they actually divide and go to war, then I see it playing out another way. So that's the first issue. I don't know where that's going. I kind of, for the both of them, in the best interest of all of this, I think they're going to eventually figure out how to work together against a common enemy. The other thing is, though, some of this is out of their control. It doesn't have to do with what Karen wants or what Aiden wants. It has to do with what the DOJ wants. The DOJ all the time makes decisions about prosecutions. You might, like if you're Michael Proctor, have hid some evidence. You might, if you're Jen McCabe, have done some stuff with evidence. But they don't really care about that. What they want is the serious stuff. Well, what's the thing that keeps coming up in this case? The Sandra Birchmore investigation. That's the most recent development. Matthew Farwell got another indictment for Sandra, the murder of Sandra's unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy, and then the death penalty went off the table. I mean, anyone is going to look at that who knows anything about the system and say, okay, like, what are they offering him and what did he give up? You can only give up people above you. So either people who helped you like groom girls, if you're Farwell, or people who knew you killed Sandra and helped you get away with it. That's where this is going. And it's why I'm perennially frustrated right now, because the dam is not going to break until something happens on that. But there are consequences. Like, they didn't get to Farwell in federal prison. They got to Whitey in 24 hours when he got to federal prison. So federal pens are very dangerous. The most dangerous place you can be, especially above medium. Even in some minimum places, it's bad. But the point is, that's where this is going. The feds have to make, I think, a lot of decisions. They have to make arrangements. What are you going to do with a lot of these people? What are you going to do with Farwell? What are you going to do with Divine? What are you going to do with the other Farwell, who is the baby, father of Sandra's baby? And then you have to make a prosecutorial decision. Don't count out, by the way, that Adam Deutsch left the DOJ right as Michael Proctor's phone records all came out and announced that he was going to run for Norfolk DA. Got way more attention than anyone else, has raised $70,000 in a month and spent none of it. Michael Morrissey raised $200 in 2025. That was it, one $200 donation. And his campaign fund has reduced by $100,000. He's not running. Kate Peter and Brian Tully and all them are worried because I think what they see coming is Deutsch getting elected and the DOJ using Deutsch's access to the Norfolk DA's records to tie this all up in a neat little bow.
Well, look, we got to take our last break of the day, and then we're going to come back and close it out. Give me 1 second. Appreciate everybody. Y'all stay right there 1 second.
Tell me when I get time, I might come through, but I gotta keep moving. My girl, I don't wanna be foolish. I got good things going on, and I ain't trying to lose it. I can't stay. At the house, I know that you waited on me with a big smile on your face, girl. Looking real good, smelling all nice and sweet. She know I'm out on the road, I'm doing my music thing. She know the temptation, she know I'm only just a man. But I, hey. People may do when they really want to, but I found me a good thing.
Oh yeah, this question right here. It's an Andrea Burkhart cover, Robert Divine's hearing Sandra Butch more than really good and so fucked up. What do you think about that?
100%. Andrew Burkhart's great. And the Divine hearings, he was a school resource officer in Stoughton, and he groomed Sandra too. And he contacted her on the morning of her death. And the post commission that decertified him as a law enforcement officer did not find his defense credible at all. He tried to smear Sandra during the hearings, and he crashed and burned. Much like Robert Cosgrove's going to crash and burn with his attempt to protect Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Aiden's cases.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. I want to ask you about the boat. Cause Liam, shout out to Leah M2 mom. She said, please ask Glenn about the boat incident with Morrissey and the Kennedys and the political nonsense.
That's why I love that Ray's viewers always have the insights. What you should look into is the town of Quincy. And in particular, you may consider looking into an incident if the involving a firefighter who was shot at a gas station. And you should look into the family of the shooter, and you should look into Michael Morrissey and his relationship to Quincy and how that ties into all of this. It's not the boat. It's not just the political power. It's where the money comes from. And I don't know what the feds are going to do about that. I don't know if that's even... I have some reason to believe that's at least part of it, but I don't know what they're going to do. But that's the answer to that question. It's not just a boat. It's Quincy.
I'm like Dumpster. I'm like my girl Dumpster. She said Morrissey was in a boat accident. I think it's yeah, and it has to do with Quincy Harbor, and there's the ties run deep. I mean, anyone who looks into it, and that's what surrounds these cases. You start looking at one thing, and then you find like, okay, why does Michael Morrissey have a boat in Quincy? Okay, who's the powerful family in Quincy? All right, what is his connection to that person? What are these people doing? If you ask the right questions, you'll get your answers. And that question that was just asked is a good one. Man,
what about Yuri's Facebook post? We got through a little bit.
We haven't got to that yet. Yeah, let's get to that Yuri Facebook post. You did speak on that. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and it's in Turtle Boy's motion. So I think it's really important because it's something I don't think a lot of people even picked up. I mean, I know some like Kyle Sharkey, Dee Dee, others were picking up on it. But in there is this statement that's wild because you've seen this fundraiser for these House defendants, right? And how they're trying to raise money and all this stuff. Well, all the donors are anonymous. And out of nowhere, Yuri Buchanan posts on his Facebook page about a week or two ago over Thanksgiving, whatever. Hey, you should all donate to this fundraiser. And he says, on behalf of the people involved, which is like Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, etc., Brian Albert, I want to thank you all for them. Whoa. Yuri Buchanan's still employed by the state police. Yuri Buchanan investigated some of these cases. And he's now promoting the fundraiser. So Betterow puts it in the motion and says, hey, under the rules here, you got to, Robert Cosgrove and Norfolk DA, you got to turn over all the messages that these people sent to Yuri. And you got to turn over all the donors who went and gave information or gave money as a result of Yuri's posts, because that means that those witnesses got an inducement from Yuri. He gave them money by soliciting donations. And Betterow found, and it gets worse, Betterow found, this is the stuff I love, Betterow found a section of the mass law that says what Yuri did was illegal.
Okay, so real quick, and we're going to get back to that Bukaki because I apologize to my beautiful ad, Michaela Jones. She said, as Grant, what's his opinion on as to Robert Cosgrove is stepping down from Aiden's case? Why is he so invested to protect these people? Hello, can you just play a breakdown real quick for her, please? And we'll get back to Bukaki.
Yeah, of course. And this is tied into it as well. Robert Cosgrove came onto this case initially in March of 2024 as a, quote, assistant to Ken Mello. Is that really what happened though? Or did Ken Mello get really sick in March and April of 2024? And because Kate Peter and Brian Tully couldn't use him anymore to run the investigation for Michael Morrissey, because Morrissey was, quote, recused, they found Robert Cosgrove, the one person in the state that would do this. Did he like Morrissey? Did he like the cops? Did they know something about him? Who knows? But he comes on and he is their, like, he's like basically their, not just a prosecutor, he's like their personal lawyer. If you read some of those filings from Cosgrove, he spent 10 months redacting 5,000 emails from Kate to Tully, 5,000 pages of emails from Kate to Tully and from Kate to Ken Mello. After doing that, he still didn't turn over that email that Lindsay revealed on social media from Kate to Ken Mello on February 14, 2024, where Kate gave Mello specific instructions on how to get Aidan Kearney's bail revoked. Like, not just revoked, but Aidan held indefinitely on dangerousness grounds. This is what's going on. Robert Cosgrove is like Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Michael Morrissey's shield. He's not prosecuting Aidan. He's trying to protect the case from the prosecutorial misconduct.
Okay, and another thing real quick. I want to get to, we'll get back to Bukaki in a minute because I want you to answer that question on the screen. But this is for my guy, Bob Brown. So he say, are you saying that Mary had a third boyfriend from Canton who moved to South Boston?
So I would call him an ex before Aidan. He's remaining unnamed. People talk about his name, but he was Meredith's boyfriend before Aidan. And what's wild is when you talk about, like, why would Meredith maybe go along with this? I don't have an answer on Cosgrove, but if you look at what happened with Meredith and her ex, the documents are out there. It is what it is. She shouldn't have a mass courts login, by the way. So it's kind of fate that this stuff gets out there about her. But anyway, she hacked into her ex-boyfriend's formal work email and then sent material, quote, involving him to all his coworkers. She did not just that, like, she like ran away, wasn't actually missing, said she was missing. She did a bunch of things that bordered on not acceptable under our criminal statutes, in my opinion. Nothing ever came of it. She sent an apology to her boyfriend's, like, colleagues, but I think he still got, like, fired. That boyfriend is the one who's very close friends with a Canton cop. Why'd she never get charged? Why did nothing ever happen? I don't know, maybe because she became useful. What the hell was she doing? By the way, what was she doing before the fall of 2023? You know, was she maybe someone would, let me give you a hypothetical. So say you're like working a job for a client as a PI, hypothetically, and the client's like concerned, like, oh, he did something bad with, somebody he hired for the night. And, so the PI calls you up and says, hey, you want to go do this? Take a look where this woman is. Put this on her car. What was Meredith doing for all those years? Was she just working after that incident with her ex-boyfriend? Like, did she become useful? Did he? I don't know. But the point is that connection, especially the fact that the ex-boyfriend is close friends with a current Canton cop. Come on. No coincidences.
Yeah, that's a lot. And I know we talked about that later, but I want to get back to this because I know we on Bukaki. And I love Law Girls Not Attorney podcast. She says, does this now give access to Bukaki's cell because he used his phone to make those posts?
Oh, that's what they're arguing. They're arguing Bettero's arguing under Rule 14 for access to the messages, and then also for, even more importantly, all the donor information for the people who, as a result of Yuri's post, went over to the fundraiser and donated. And what's wild is That's not the Norfolk DA's decision. There are two discovery rules. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Rule 14 is for discovery in the care, custody, and control of the Norfolk DA. Rule 17 is for third-party records. Bettero's telegraphing that he's going to subpoena the fundraising site, then get the court to order a subpoena for it to the third-party provider, and then have that company turn over the donation records, because Bettero is going to argue that he can use that to impeach Yuri during the trial. So whether Bettero actually gets to trial, whether this goes to trial or not, Bettero can still move to have the donation company give up all the donors. That's what's freaking people out. And Bettero probably will win. I think he has a good argument that it's an inducement for a material witness. And Yuri's still employed by the state police, which makes me wonder, is Yuri about to get fired? Why would he do this if he's an active officer about this case?
Oh, wait.
As soon as it was confirmed by Kara that Aiden was with Meredith before the public knew, Jen McCabe announced in Discord that she knew of Meredith and the Gone Girl story. Yeah.
You got any thoughts on that?
It lines up. And there really is no loyalty. Like, I really do believe that a lot of these people were running intel for both sides, and that far more people than anyone realized were on that Discord. That's another thing. Bettero has hit on this before. There was an email message from Michael Morrissey to one of his staff that included a Discord link. Now, I don't know if you know a lot about Discord, Ray. It's kind of like this like weird internet place, like for like gamers.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I just don't know if many people know. Like, I've heard about it because I'm like on the internet, but like I don't know if this is like something people know about. Discord is like, it's kind of like a chat, it's like a chat platform. You like log on and like someone can run what's called a server. So like Kate Peter had a server on Discord, and on this server were like Jen McCabe, a bunch of the Albert and McCabe family members, and then like all these weird, like, I wouldn't call them like Canadians. I use that derogatorily because I'm a fucking American. But the point is, they're just like weird internet nerds who like hunt preds, which is noble, but they're like weird and very militant, and they all have a lot of money because they're in tech. But anyway, so this Discord is like Kate's like inner nest. But Discord is a chat platform. So if you host a file on it, like say you upload a PDF to Discord, the PDF isn't going to be like listed on the internet. It is directly linked to your server via something called a server ID. Well, Michael Morrissey, because he is a fucking boomer, has no fucking idea, and in his infinite wisdom emails himself a permalink, it's called, to a Discord attachment. Well, somebody who's a genius, I don't remember who it was on X, realizes that in Lindsay's phone extraction, again, fate coming back to bite Tully in the ass, is a record of a chat attached to Kate's Discord server. Why is this relevant? Because that chat has the server ID attached to it. Not just the chat ID, but the server ID. You look at Michael Morrissey's email, it's the same Discord server, Ray, exactly the same one.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, so this goes that deep. Very diabolical. And I think Bettero's on to all of this, which is why he closes out his motion from Friday with a really good argument. And I actually made a suggestion for him to make it a little stronger when I was commenting on it. He makes this argument where he's like, you know, Brian Tully leaked Lindsay's phone and he manipulated it and he removed information from it. And that shows that like Robert Cosgrove tried to cover this up, even though Robert Cosgrove initially tried to get Lindsay a protective order and fought for her to have the information protected. And Ray, I just got to correct this because I think this will show you and multiple people how conflicted Cosgrove was. Robert Cosgrove did not try to get a protective order until September of 2024, 5 months. after Tully leaked the extraction with the messages from Kate to Lindsay and Tully to Lindsay removed. And when Tully got that, Cosgrove got that initial protective order, he let Aiden keep the extraction. Only in December of 2024, because of Lindsay, did Judge Krupp issue a protective order that actually forced the return of the extraction. Cosgrove worked against Lindsay to help Tully and Kate by not getting a protective order, which makes Bettero's argument even stronger. Cosgrove wasn't working for the interests of justice. He was working for the interest of Michael Morrissey, Jen McCabe, Kate Peter, and Brian Tully, in my opinion, and that is an abuse of the prosecutorial apparatus, and I petition my government right now via these words to reform.
Oh my. That's a lot right there, man. And oh man, this right here has so many roller coaster rides.
And you're onto it, Ray. And what I think is beautiful about this is I preach a lot of disagreeing without being disagreeable. And the only reason this stuff hit in plain sight is because it became very factional. I hated Karen Reed for no reason. She wasn't a villain or some evil monster. She was a person who was up against some very dangerous men. And I couldn't see it because they tricked me. And that's what I think is so sad about all this. Like they couldn't own up, like Tully and Kate and whatever, to their behavior. So they tried to make Aiden the villain, Karen the villain, and they tried to do it to cover their own bad behavior. And I fell for it. That's why I'm not repenting. I'm very authentic in my beliefs. I've always tried to do what I thought was right in my heart. I just didn't believe these people were capable of doing this. And so now my view on Aiden, Karen, it's all completely different.
And yeah, so like I said, everybody got the right to their own. It's just me. I don't, but yeah, so, and it is what it is. I don't speak for everybody else. I only speak for myself. And hey, everybody got the right to do that. And that's what this is about. But like I just look at this right now, and I just want to see this government, these corrupt people get stopped. They tried to frame an innocent woman who was 100% innocent. They trying to frame and put all these charges on the GOAT. They manipulated Lindsay. They did all of this. I want the people to come in here and shut them down. I can't wait to see all them people get what's coming to them. And we finally get justice because they are fucked up down there. Like Tully, that bean head look, just watching that body cam of him, like look, just everything he done did to like Lindsay and just it all come back to him, right, Brian?
Oh yeah. And I didn't even see this, Ray, because you were on fire there. So I was listening to everything you said. And Lindsay left this comment that just blew my mind. And she said, quote, in your chat, when we all started to search online for articles about Mare Bear, I'm adding that part, nothing was turning up. Jen told us that Meredith's family scrubbed it off the internet because they had big money.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back, Ray.
Say that you said. Say what she said again. I want you to tell me
I'll
it
read
again.
it. So Lindsay said in the chat, when we all started to search online, this was back when Lindsay was close when they were keeping Lindsay close, Jen McCabe, Kate Peter, and all them, when we all started to search online for articles, nothing was turning up. Jen McCabe told us that Meredith's family scrubbed it off the internet because they had big money.
They scrubbed it off the internet. How's that not traceable?
Well, oh, that's a great question. So I was riding the subway like a while ago, maybe like a month, and I looked on, it was on the Red Line, and they had this ad like, erase your social media history. Now, there's something called search engine optimization. I think Dumpster Juice, who, shout out Dumpster Juice, by the way, Ray, I know you shouted her out earlier, greatest like channel coordinator of all time. Just want to give her another shout out because she's wonderful. But there's something there's something Dumpster Juice will love learning about, and then you'll love learning about, called search engine optimization. What it means is basically like when you Google something, like say you Google Ray from Dallas, you want your YouTube channel to come up first, right? Like, of course, like you want people to go to Ray from Dallas. What if there's some other dude named Ray from Dallas who has like a tool company and he's like, oh, damn it, Ray from Dallas, the YouTube guy, he's taking my search results. I want my tool company to come up first. He's going to use search engine optimization to bump you down because he's like, I want to be the Ray from Dallas tool guy. That's an example. It's a hypothetical. All right. You can do a similar thing in reverse. So if there's stuff out there on the internet about you, the stuff you see on Google is only 3% of the internet. It's what's called indexed. All you have to do to get something off the internet is get it de-indexed. So reverse search engine optimization is, instead of promoting what you want, it's getting rid of negative stuff that you don't want. It is very expensive. You have to file formal requests to have your results de-indexed. Like oftentimes they'll abuse that process because it's automated, but there are services that cost a substantial amount of money that will do it for you. But the second question that Lindsay's comment brought to my mind that blows my mind is, why did Jen McCabe know this about Meredith's family? That's a very specific piece of information to go from, we can't find articles, to, I know they're out there, they got removed, and it's because Meredith's family has big money. What? That's an odd thing for Jen McCabe to know.
Oh, yeah, now real talk. And we're going to get right back to that. But the people I've spoken, they say, let me turn up for my girl Dumpster Juice. Let me turn up for her real quick.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. Yes, I wanna make it.
I think I'm wrong. I think they want her on. Yeah, we're going to make that happen. A dumpster song. Yeah, we're going to get that. But yeah, so how would Jennifer McCabe know that?
And what I think people are underestimating how, when Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts in the text message about the movie stars, when they were referring to themselves, they were calling themselves detectives. Like they used like detective names, and they referred to Matt McCabe as like Starsky and Hutch, or I don't know, some odd Matlock. And that tells you that right away Jen McCabe started investigating Karen. Like, I don't know, I think Lindsay has talked about this, but like the way in which Jen McCabe was doing this was both through the PI firm and also I think directly. What I think we're really onto here is that Jen McCabe was not just a witness. She may have been investigating Karen Reed and then Aiden. And I think it wasn't just people think of like PIs as like tailing people. No, the way Meredith maybe plays into this is like, you know, Jen was able to bring her in. Why wouldn't she? Like if Meredith was known around Canton, Meredith's ex got this Canton cop friend, like everybody, like Kevin Albert's on the Canton police force. Hey, Meredith, like, what are you doing right now? Like, would you like to do some contracting work? Like, would you like to go to these events? Like, you know, you're 5'2", like, can you dye your hair blonde? Like, or maybe he doesn't like blondes. Can you dye your hair brunette? Like, can you get close to him? Can you like make him love you? Like, why is that out of the question? I know people think it's ridiculous, but in this series of facts, it's not that ridiculous. It's plausible.
Oh my. It just really is, because I like I told you, I be lost just thinking and imagining all of this, and everybody could see it. Like everybody.
Yeah, and look
Like
what Lindsay
even
just.
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, Ray, I got to let you finish because
No.
everyone.
Go ahead, go ahead, sir. This is your
It's
time.
it's such a bad habit of mine, Ray. Like I gotta, even when I see something interesting, sometimes to be like, oh my God, I gotta tell someone, but I just gotta listen sometimes. But Lindsay jumped in and
Oh,
said, well, in your comments, what about the investigation Kate and Jen did on Lindsay's lawyers? That
that's
is a
my question.
very interesting statement.
Mm-hmm. Talk about it, Greg.
Well, I wanted to bring it up because as you were saying, everyone's noticing it. I think right now things are starting to be revealed that hint at something very dark. What if Lindsay like was going around and attempting to talk to lawyers based on what that comment seems to be implying? And what if like Kate or people around her found out and tried to sabotage any independent lawyer that Lindsay was talking to? What if the lawyers that did come around Lindsay later on were all connected to Kate?
Mm. Oh, way. You can't even think straight thinking about all the ifs and the possibilities. This make your head just scramble, knowing that you're going up against a machine. That's why it's scrambling.
And on Lindsay's first fundraiser, right, that Kate ostensibly put together, it was for $8,000. All of like 6,500 of it went to pay for the lawyer, and then 1,500 went to the next lawyer, etc. Kate raised $8,000 on top of that by claiming there was an issue with the payment getting dispersed. And we don't know if Kate ever paid back that $8,000 quote loan that a prosecutor from the Midwest on her Discord server gave her. That prosecutor called me, running his mouth. I responded, Ray, by saying, and I think I know the man's name, it starts with an M. Sir, are you telling me that you are percipient fact witness to fraud? And then he hung up.
Mm.
And I have something. Yeah, he called me. I don't know how he got my number. I think Kate had it at the time. It was like, what was it? Probably the spring of 2024, maybe the summer. And I mean, we talked for like a minute. This motherfucker tried to put on that tone with me, like, I'm going to tell you how this goes. And I was like, I'd say I didn't get snippy with him. I was like, do you realize who you just called? Like, and then I immediately went into like towel mode, and I was like, sir, so let me just understand this factual record. He didn't realize it, but I started crossing him. And I was like, can I just ask you a few questions? Like, maybe it'll help me understand. This moron had no idea what I was doing. He got so pissed. I was like, can I just ask you a few questions about this? So it's like, do I understand you're like a lawyer or prosecutor in the Midwest? And he was like, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. And then I was like, okay. And do I understand that you're on Kate Peters' Discord server? And he was like, I know Kate, whatever. And I was like, and do I understand that when Kate said something about an issue with the disbursement of Lindsay's fundraiser, there's a written evidence that you provided Kate an $8,000 loan on top of the money she raised. Is that true? And he was like, I went to the money to help. Like, I'm trying to do a good thing. Like, I don't remember the exact words, like, fuck yourself, buddy. And I was like, oh, okay. So can you just show me the documentation of Kate paying you back? Because I think that Kate's putting out some like stuff on social media that shows she dispersed like whatever it was, 8,000 or whatever to Lindsay, and there's no fees on this platform Lindsay used. The donor pays the fees. So, Lindsay, Kate's not even accounting for all of the 8,000. Can you just show me the records of her paying you back? And he was like, I don't give a fuck if she pays me back. And I was like, well, you might come to understand that I would see that as a serious conflict of interest, because that would mean that Kate personally benefited to the tune of $8,000 on top of the fundraiser that she ran for Lindsay. And then he was like, you motherfucker, like just started yelling and then hung up on me. So I knew I had him dead to rights. He never followed up. That dude's still out there. I'm concerned he's a prosecutor somewhere. And also, why does Kate Peter have a random prosecutor from the Midwest on her Discord who's calling me and yelling at me about Kate raising $8,000 extra on a fundraiser for Lindsay? Why would he do that? Why do these people care about Kate Peter?
So, Dumpster wants to know, why is Kate such a filthy kind still with all the connects?
So, you know, this is actually an interesting story. I think Lindsay and I talked a little bit about it, and I love that Lindsay's in the chat, able to like provide extra like prompts for my brain, because this is very detailed. So I kind of took it for granted. Not like took it for granted. I just never gave a fuck about Kate Peter. I thought she was like useless and stupid and just like drama based and just like a fucking moron. And I was like, you're being in your presence is an insult to my intelligence. I don't want to be around you. I just hated her vibe. I didn't like how she fake cried when Brian Riccio died. I didn't like how she tried to tell me she was on the spectrum. I just didn't like anything about it. But she did used to hang around for like the first few months, like occasionally when Lindsay and I would hang out at Lindsay's apartment. And so during that time, Kate drinks, okay? Like she does not hide it, she drinks. And she gets a little loose and does stupid shit when she drinks. Like, I don't know, number of things. But one of the stupid things she did is she talks. And I don't even know if she remembers like that she gets so loose with her lips. But she started telling me a little bit about her like origin story. Now, some of it I knew, but didn't tell her I knew, because I wanted to see if there would be a disparity in what she was relaying to me and what I knew. Like, what was the gaps? What was she hiding? Her origin story goes back a long time. Like, she lost her kids and never got them back. Like, she was very alienated. She's very like rugged. The best way I can explain it is like, she doesn't care. Like, I think she only gets dopamine from like trolling, like drugs and trolling, in my opinion. Like, alcohol is a drug. So she doesn't like get happiness or sadness. It's just like ruthless. Like, she gets nervous if her plans aren't working or if she has like personal exposure to criminal liability, whatever. But like, nothing's off limits. She had her daughter call like DCF on some other parent that she didn't like and make stuff up about them. And she was proud of her daughter for doing it. Anyway, the point is, so she's like this rugged person anyway. And she used to work with Turtle Boy. Her and Turtle Boy and Michael Gaffney used to work with Turtle Boy too. And they had a falling out over money, if you listen to what Turtle Boy explains about it. And Kate Peter simply was apparently skimming off the top. Aiden didn't like it and fired her. Kate denies it, says it's like Aiden didn't want her to go out on her own. When Kate left Aiden, she immediately started doing two things: trolling First Amendment auditors like film police and things like that. And Kate also was like trolling people like Cyrax, like weird internet nerds. All right, well, that's what she was doing on the surface. Behind the scenes, and Kate strongly implied this to me, and then I found out through other sources that this was probably the case. Kate would go on to like, Kate would dress up in catfish predators. And I think all these people around her, Biff, Boomer, fucking all these people, Jason Broyles, they all do this kind of stuff. They catfish preds, and people who hurt children. And they go into like meetings with these preds and they like pretend to be an underage kid. They get the pred to message them. It's called a decoy. They get the pred to like either meet up with them or admit to what they're doing. And then they get the pred charged. That's going to get you a lot of connections to law enforcement. And Kate told me personally one of these days that she had a lot of connections to law enforcement. And what freaked me the fuck out is she like was tailing off the sentence by saying, oh, you know, I have all these connections to cops because, and I saw even in her drunk state, she caught herself and she stopped and she was like, oh, I shouldn't say. Oh, you shouldn't say. I think I know exactly what you're saying, Kate. So Kate had law enforcement connections before all this, and they're very hardened people. To be a PI, to like be in that world, you have to be willing to to deal with the worst of humanity and also look at everyone as like a chess piece. That's why the way Kate treated Lindsay perfectly fits the profile of a handler. Same thing with Pam Friedman, the victim's advocate, Tully's personal friend of 20 years. Come on. It was a very professional operation, and it's because law enforcement works with people like Kate. Unfortunately, people like her are useful because they are so soulless. Nothing's off limits. Oh no, we lost Ray. I have talked him into oblivion.
Can you hear me? 1 second. Let me take a quick break. Quick break.
You're back.
Quick break. Quick break.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my god, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I guess that means that I should mention that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jay.
We back, Mr. Operator Error. I apologize about that, y'all. Y'all know how
I love flying. I love flying Air Ray. This is the greatest airline ever.
Man, thank you very much for that, Grant. And I love and appreciate having you on here as well. And I definitely appreciate you coming on. And I definitely want to do this again real soon. Love talking to you, man. I want you to give your final thoughts, give your shout outs, and tell everybody where they can find you at.
Yes, absolutely. I think my final thoughts on all of this are nothing is black and white. There aren't any really good people or bad people purely. There are some people who are very pure of heart. That's why I like talking to Ray, and I think the people here are wonderful. But on the whole, there's just a lot of nuance to this. And so always question your assumptions about every element of this. Be willing to take a counterfactual position, play devil's advocate against yourself, and embrace everyone as human until they give you a reason to think otherwise. And yes, you should always be on guard for people exploiting you, but don't let that harden you. Don't. It's not worth it. You will have a much better life if you're willing to just live outside of this chaos. Keep your eye on it, but don't let it become your life. And if you're unfortunately involved in it against your will, do the best to protect yourself. Find people you can trust and stick around them. And I hope this all resolves. We'll be back, Ray, I'm sure, in a month or 2 months, and there will be some chaos that has happened.
Oh no, we're gonna try to get you back quicker than that if we can. You know, like if it's on your calendar. But I definitely appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you very much, man. You were great, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay.
You too. God bless. Enjoy the rest of the show, Ray.
God bless you too, likewise. Man, shout out to Mr. Grant Ellis Smith. Shout out to all y'all in the chat, right? Shout out to all my beautiful mods who was in here. Shout out to all the beautiful people, right? I want y'all to know I really appreciate y'all, right? Because I want y'all to know the one thing about me. You know, I talk, I want to interview all people. And I'm going to do that. I don't necessarily have to agree with everything that they say, but I want to interview all people, and I'm definitely not the people who I like, and that's great. I'm not going to maliciously hit a point, like that. This is not what I'm going to do, especially when I'm in the room, but I want everybody to know that, like I appreciate every guest who come on here, and I want every guest to feel comfortable to be able to speak their piece, right? And I want y'all to understand that they don't necessarily mean, I agree with everything, but still, they definitely could come on here and speak their piece. And I freaking enjoyed it. Man, y'all was amazing. Man, this chat was thumping today. My mind's, I appreciate y'all. All the beautiful people who was here, I appreciate y'all. Like real talk, if it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't be able to do this, right? I wouldn't be able to do this. And having this, I appreciate everybody with the kind words, for real. I truly do. And it's because of y'all, right? Y'all support. Is the reason I'm able to do this. And I just love y'all and appreciate y'all so much. I really do. It's amazing. I love it. And y'all hold the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Right? Boy, I'm telling y'all, I don't think I'm gonna be back on tonight, right? Tomorrow, I know I ain't gonna be back on tonight, right? But if I do, right, please be there, right? But right now, I'm letting y'all know I ain't. Man. Y'all know tomorrow I'm popping. But if I do, no, I'm not excited. I need to chill. But man, I can't wait. What I'm gonna do next? I know that y'all gonna have a good time. And then I don't wanna spoil the surprise. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I ain't gonna come back home tonight. If y'all ain't hit that like button, hit that like button for me. Oh yeah, we get it in. If y'all ain't subscribed, please subscribe. And I really appreciate y'all. I do. 100% in me. I love all of y'all. For real. I truly do. I love all of y'all, man. Y'all, I'm waiting out for sure. Definitely for you, Mo _is. I'm definitely waiting till tomorrow because I promise y'all we're gonna have a great time. Like for real. But y'all had me rolling last night. Because I was getting angry as hell at that woman. Oh man. Oh shit. Boy, y'all funny as hell. Oh, say what? Say what, Mo _is. I know she didn't either. I know that for sure. Oh, I know she didn't either. But everybody opinion ain't mine. I know she didn't either. It ain't even no question about it. Right? I know that. I just don't, like other people. I know she didn't do it. That's all I'm gonna say on that. I know that didn't happen. It ain't even no question in my mind. All right, no question. I know I lose my voice every day. Almost. No, that's because I gotta. I do other stuff. That's what I'm talking that point before I speak. But look, I see y'all tomorrow. Hope y'all have a great night. Love you people to death. Love you, Dumpster. Love all my beautiful admins. I appreciate everybody. Have a great night.
Lie, niggas lie, bitches 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 lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get a plug of niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get a plug of niggas Texas shit. Smoking on Shikari Bronx mixed with Obama, that's the presidential shit. Type of bag a nigga really want, most wouldn't know what to do with it. Really had to get it out the mud. Really had to get it out the dirt. With no love and no handouts, nigga really had to go and put in work. Praying packs in the mail, making home. Shout out niggas with the P's and carry on. Nigga out here doing alley capping, but you color show when that pressure's on. Hustle hard with the best of them. He a roach, nigga step on him. Dallas Tech, what I rep on him. Hadn't did it for me, got a flex on him. Niggas lie, bitches lie, 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 niggas lie, bitches lie. On my scale, keep it accurate. Had to get a plug of niggas Texas shit. Niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie, niggas lie, bitches lie.